Advantage of a lull in the talking I just heard to begin the meeting. So I want to welcome everybody. Good morning. My name is Councillor Gary Crawford. I'm Chair of the Budget Committee. We do have quorum, and I'd like to call our meeting to order. So today's meeting is being held with members of Council and City staff participating both by video conference and in person here at City Hall in Committee Room 1. City Hall is open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting at City Hall today. We are also live streaming at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. As per normal, I'll ask for everyone's patience if we experience some delays or technical problems during the meeting. We do have a lot of city staff who are online, so we may have to be patient as we go through questions. City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on the Clerk's website at toronto.ca/council. And the Clerk's IT staff are available to committee members if you need assistance. Although we are meeting in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Are there any? Seeing none, this is a special meeting of the Budget Committee. It is our final wrap-up meeting on the budget for 2023. Committee members, I just wanted to let you, we met in 4 locations last week. We heard from approximately 230 public presentations representing probably thousands of people across the city over 2 days, morning, afternoon, and evenings. We had a lot of conversation, I think, with a lot of people across the city, which was good. For today's meeting, I'd like to draw members' attentions to the online agenda item, which now links to all the 42 briefing notes that were requested through the budget process. These briefing notes were made publicly available on Friday and yesterday, and I'd like to thank all the city staff all across all the divisions and agencies who worked incredibly hard over a short period of time to be able to get them to us today. What will happen today, if you haven't been involved in a final wrap-up, I'll call it the Steve Conforti Show, where Steve Conforti, the Executive Director of Financial Planning, is going to walk us through all of the briefing notes in an orderly fashion. He will summarize, and then we'll summarize the supplementary budget items and briefing notes. Visiting councillors and, of course, committee members will have an opportunity to ask questions on the briefing notes. There will be, at the end of that process, depending on how long it goes, one last opportunity to ask any overall questions you have on the entirety of the budget. At that point, again, depending on when that happens, there'll be a break, and then we'll come back and there'll be the normal speeches for visiting councillors and members. Members, any questions at all on the process today? We'll sort of see how things go, but that is how I envision the day looking. Okay, on that, I believe I'll pass it over to Steve Conforti, who will guide us through all of the briefing notes.
Thank you, Councillor. So everyone, there are wrap-up notes available in the room if you want a hard copy. Otherwise, it's probably easiest to follow along.
Hold on, I think we have a few questions here. Yeah, I think we do have copies. If we can, would it be better? They're suggesting maybe you go up there, Steve, or would it be better? Do you have? I think he's got his computer set up there, so I'm thinking if it's okay with members if he speaks from here. He just has his computer set up.
Oh, okay.
We'll do a handout of the rundown. Yeah, I think we're good now.
All right, thanks. There's the hard copies available that everybody has. There's also, if you have any devices with you, on the city's budget website, within all budget documents, if you turn to the January 24th meeting, there's a link to the wrap-up notes that conveniently have a link for each briefing note as we walk through them, which may also be an easier way to follow. So I'll start with the first section of the wrap-up notes, which relate to the briefing notes that have been prepared for today's meeting. Starting within Community and Social Services, we have briefing notes number 28 and 38 that are from Housing Secretariat as well as Shelter Support and Housing Administration. The first one is on Housing Access and Support Service grant funding, and the second is on federal and provincial supports for housing and homelessness in Toronto. Staff are here if there's any questions.
Questions of staff on these two briefing notes? Sorry, Councillor, if you can. So we're doing, we'll probably start off a bit slow here until we get everything organized, but so the link should be on your CMP. If you're on CMP, I think it actually, if you scroll down to the very bottom, the link to be able to link, you'll see them all at the very bottom, and they're all in chronological order. So we'll start out, as I said, we'll start off a bit slow until everybody, it can be a bit challenging. So there's two briefing notes before us, number 28 and 38, Housing Access and Support Services grant funding, federal and provincial support for housing and homelessness in Toronto. Those are the first two briefing notes. I don't see any questions. So we'll take it into committee. Councillor Bravo. Oh, sorry, do we have visiting councillors who have any questions on those two briefing notes? Okay, we'll start with Councillor Perks.
So the briefing note has a projection for total funding for 22 at $80 million, but I can't find a number for what they've committed to for 23. Is there a number for what they've committed to for 23? This is briefing note 38, sorry. 28 and 38.
Through the chair, Councillor, mind repeating that again? You're speaking to the refugee claimant expenses, is that right?
Federal and provincial support for housing and homelessness in Toronto. The chart on page 2, halfway down. I think, yes, it is the refugee funding for asylum seeker, the asylum seeker funding.
Yes, and through the chair, what's your question, Councillor?
So I see a projection for what we expect in 22 to be $82 million, but I don't see a number associated with what we're projecting for 23.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. The number projected for 2023 is $97 million.
Thank you very much. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. We'll take it in. Oh, Councillor Chang has a question. Is it Councillor? Yeah, we're doing the two, both are for housing shelter.
Okay.
We're doing questions 38 and 38.
Okay, so for support for housing and homelessness, I'm just wondering, what is the allocation of funds to support community-based emergency housing for refugees? I remember someone told me there was $1 million that was spent in 2022 and dispersed to community organizations. And how much is budgeted to do the same this year?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, you know, in our base shelter system, we've always funded community-based organizations to provide about 500 beds in our shelter system for refugee claimants, and that runs at a cost of about $12 million. As part of our enhanced, investment in services to support the large number of arrivals, we have another $1 million going to a coalition of refugee houses in 2023.
So is that the same number then? It hasn't increased from 2022 to 2023?
It has remained the same for that group. Yeah.
Is there a plan to help them build capacity to ramp up, and then we can then ramp down our own bed creation?
Certainly, over time, this is a new response that started since the borders have reopened. The large scale of arrivals has meant that we've provided funding to one of our largest service providers, Costi, to provide the bulk of the response, but we continue to work with the community-based organizations as well. And over time, I think that capacity can be built.
Thank you. And through the chair, with regard to supportive housing, I'm just wondering, the $48 million that's allocated for supports, does that include the cost of operating the housing in terms of maintenance, repairs, et cetera?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. So yes, it does. So the $48 million in supportive housing operating money that we have requested from the provincial government would go to a non-profit operator in addition to the rent that they collect. And both of those amounts they can then spend on the upkeep of the building and also all of the 24/7 supports that will be delivered on site so that the building is both well maintained and operated and the residents are well looked after.
So does that rent is that rent based on their income? Is it rent geared to income for the residents?
Through the chair, so yes, all of the rents, we structure the supportive housing, if you like, pro forma and the operating package to make sure that the residents who move in, if they're on OW or ODSP or some kind of housing benefit, that they're able to afford to live, pay the rent that they can afford, and also take advantage of all of the supports are in the building.
And does the cost also include social programming and community building within the building?
Through the chair, so one of the ways that we select the nonprofits to operate this building is their track record and experience of engaging with local community groups to bring in additional services over and above the 24/7 kind of staffing that will be on site. And the nonprofit operators have a really great track record of doing that. And it really depends on the specific operator as to kind of the connections that they have in the local area, but it's definitely one of the criteria we use to choose the right nonprofit for the right building.
Great, because I think some people might hear 48 million and feel like it's a very high number, but it actually, I think, equates to $2,000 a person per month, which actually is not that high if we think about so much of the needs that these residents need. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll take it into committee. Councillor Robbie, you had some questions.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to first confirm that funding for daytime drop-in services to provide free menstrual and incontinence products will be included in the $5 million for the annual funding included here. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Councillor, that's correct.
Thank you. And that will drop-in providers that weren't included in the 2022-2025 grant call also be able to receive funding to supply menstrual and incontinence products to the clients they serve?
Through the chair, I believe we work with the Toronto Drop-In Network to provide funding that they then disperse to daytime drop-ins that are perhaps not receiving funding directly from the city.
Thank you. My second question is, get myself organized. So daytime drop-in service programs received funding in the 2022-2025 grants call. How many drop-in programs applied for funding but didn't receive it? And how many providers saw that their funding allocation decrease in this call from previous years?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I'd have to get back to you with that specific information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions on these two briefing notes? Seeing none, we'll go on to the next.
Thank you, Councillor. The next item is briefing note number 10 from Children's Services titled Update on Childcare Projects at 2740 Lawrence Avenue East. David and Mary Thompson.
Questions? I'll take them into committee. Councillor Thompson has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. So we now have ascertained that this is a city project, is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
We had some concerns as part of the questions that I'd asked in the previous rounds, so we've now clarified. Thank you very much for that. Just wanted to understand the provision of funding that's available currently. Are there any funds allocated now, whether or not it's through DCs and or other means? I know that the project cost is $5 million.
Through the chair, specifically, the project is identified in the budget with an estimated project cost of $5 million based on the current design, and that funding is committed in the budget.
Oh, that's fantastic news. At what point will we start the process? It talks about design, pre-development work, and schedule through 2023, and major construction to begin in 2024. At what point will there be consultation in 2023 with the community as such?
Through the chair, the project is identified for the design phase. In pre-development, design is scheduled in 2023, with major construction beginning in 2024.
All right, and I note that there is a 1 acre that's adjacent to this site, and I know that your Children's Services and so on, so I guess my question should be for Parks and Recreation. Have we identified the appropriate funding in order to do that work along with the work to implement the development of the daycare facility starting in 2023 the construction to begin in 2024? Have we done similar work with respect to the parks component?
So through the chair, Councillor Thompson, I'm going to have to look up those specifics in the budget if we could just take it offline for a few minutes.
Sure, I'll be happy to do that. Okay. Those are the questions that I had on this item, Mr. Chair. Actually, just one quick one. Through you to staff, Mr. Chair. It says funding to be a combination of DCs and reserves. I'm just curious, with the current provincial changes, and I don't think that there's sufficient DCs that's been amassed at this particular point in time, do we have a concern whether or not the DC component of the funding that will be realized? And if not, where will the funding come from?
Through the chair, no, we don't have concern. The funding for this project is committed.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, we'll go on to the next briefing note.
Thank you. The next briefing notes, we have 3 from Senior Services and Long-Term Care. Briefing notes 11, 12, and 13, entitled SSLTC Capital Redevelopment, 4610 Finch Avenue East. Briefing note 12 is potential impacts of receiving reduced funding from the Ministry of Long-Term Care for CareTO. And briefing note number 13 is current and planned rollout of CareTO across city long-term care homes.
Questions on these 3 briefing notes? They were numbers 11, 12, and 13. Yeah, they're all in long-term care and senior services. Seeing no questions, we can move on to the next.
All right, thank you. Next, we have 3 briefing notes from Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. Briefing note number 23 is indoor and outdoor ice skating and cricket investments in the 2023 to 2032 tabled capital budget and plan for Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. Briefing note number 24 is cost estimate to complete design work for the winterization of 25 public washrooms. And briefing note number 37 is for the ravine strategy.
Questions on these 3, Councillor Sachs, to begin?
Yes, thank you very much. So in terms of the briefing note 23 about the skating rinks, You indicate in the note that 2 arenas are closed now for unplanned repairs, both cases because the roof is failing and it's unsafe to be in the building, one being the Scarborough Arena Gardens and the other being the George Bell Arena. Isn't it true, sir, that if we did our preventative maintenance on time on projects, we wouldn't have to close arenas for multiple years for unplanned repairs?
So through the chair, each of these arenas have different circumstances. Some of, especially in the George Bell, as we've noted, it was actually planning for repairs that some of the deficiencies were noted. There is some truth, of course, as we've said in other budget committee meetings, that if we can advance further state of good repair earlier, we may be able to avoid some of the unplanned closures for sure.
Right, and when you have an unplanned closure and delayed maintenance, isn't it true that the total cost to the city and to its taxpayers goes up?
Through the chair, it's unknown, certainly in the George Bell case, because the work was planned already. I think I should note the inconvenience around the facilities closing and the sort of engagement we need to do with the user groups and finding alternate locations and the rest of it. I think generally unplanned repairs, because of the nature of the time period that they're happening in, can be more expensive certainly than planned repairs.
So they cost more money and they inconvenience the public to a much greater extent, correct?
That would be true, yeah.
Right, and for example, at the Scarborough Arena Gardens, it's not available for the public to use this year, and it's not available next year, and if we're lucky, the earliest it'll be open is sometime in 2025, correct?
For Scarborough Arena Gardens, that's correct. It's a very extensive repair that has to take place there.
And it's, as we discussed last time, the state of good repair of your overall Parks and Recreation system is predicted from this budget to continue to deteriorate, this year worse than last year, next year worse than this year, and so on, quite a bit worse, again, 10 years from now, correct?
That's, through the chair, that's correct. You see the line certainly increase in the 10 years of this plan, the state of good repair backlog.
Right, and Ms. Romoff, it's true, isn't it, that if we wanted to minimize total cost for the city and its taxpayers, we would be doing our maintenance much more rapidly to get back into a balance of a good repair, and we're not doing that now, correct?
So through the chair, the investment, as noted, the backlog is increasing, and based on affordability, there would be better outcomes with a larger investment for sure.
I mean, to be clear, if we spent more money on regular maintenance, our total cost would go down, correct?
Through the chair, for the most part, that would be correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I have questions on 2 notes. The first one is briefing note 24. This is the winterization of public washrooms briefing note. And if I'm reading this correctly, you're estimating that to do 25 washroom buildings would take, between design and construction costs, somewhere between 10 million and 13.125 million.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And how much of that is budgeted for this year?
So we currently have $1.6 million in a washroom enhancement program, and we're moving forward with two conversions to year-round facility in this year's budget.
So for the conversions, how much is budgeted?
Well, these are the first 2 that we're doing, so we're using them as a pilot, so to speak, to sort of look at what the future costs would be. So we have $1.6 million in total. We're only moving forward with 2 projects. So if, theoretically, if there are savings, if there's funds that are left, we'll use that to move forward with another project.
So we have 1.6 budgeted out of, and to do 25 would be 13. How many are there in total that could be winterized? I forget.
Well, in total, if we were going to do all of them, there's over 170 washrooms, approximately 55 are winterized right now, so.
It's like 115 or so. Okay. And on briefing note 37, which is the ravine strategy, one thing that popped out, and I want to make sure I understand that, you estimate the ecosystem services performed by our ravines at $822 million annually?
That's correct.
I'm sorry,
I can't hear you.
Apologies. That's correct. And I have my colleague Kim Statham with me, who may answer some questions as well.
Okay. And as our ravines deteriorate because of a lack of maintenance, invasive species, erosion, and so on, the value of those ecosystem services declines.
Through the chair, the way that we calculate ecosystem services is at a very broad level. And it's something that we might update every 10 years or so. But in terms of the overall services that they provide, the Toronto's Ravines, through the implementation of the strategy, we expect that they should maintain their value.
Okay, but in general, if an ecosystem is, the health of an ecosystem is declining because of erosion, lack of maintenance, invasive species, the services performed in terms of recreation, in terms of gray watering and all of those things, that declines over time.
So thank you. Through the chair, over a 10-year period with extreme deterioration, we could expect those services to be worse, especially related to the biodiversity and the ecological value.
Right. And in June, we had this at council and we had a discussion. There are a number of ecologically sensitive areas, some of which are in the purview of the city. And the original strategy said that for those areas, we would do an environmental assessment so that we would understand what were the best investments to make.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And how many are there and how many have been done?
So currently, through the chair, there are 89 environmentally significant areas in Toronto. 67 of them are on city property and under city maintenance and management. We currently actively manage 56 of the 67, which is 84% of the ESAs.
How many have had those assessments done that were called for in the strategy?
Through the chair, we currently have management plans for 20 of those. They vary in complexity and age. But at this time, there is 20.
So of the ones the city owns, there are 47 that have not had that assessment.
That's correct, through the chair.
How many are going to be assessed in this budget?
So through the chair, in this budget, we have funding to do an ESA management framework, which is going to guide the approach and consistency to how we develop those plans in the future. Currently, in 2023 budget, we have funding for 2 additional management plans.
2 additional management plans. And most of that, the argument, if I'm following this correctly, is the reason we're doing 2 and not 47 is that we're waiting for funding from the federal government?
Through the chair, there is a budget need to do the rest of the plans. That's correct.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. I'll take it into committee. Councillor Chang, I apologize.
Thank you. Through the chair, just want to talk about the outdoor washrooms. I'm just wondering the cost, $520,000 per bathroom. It's not as expensive as the one in San Francisco, which is $1.7 million. But just wondering, what are the parameters of this bathroom? Is it a self-cleaning one, as we've seen in Europe? What is the $500,000 price tag of this bathroom?
So through the chair, we're not talking in this briefing note around building new washrooms. This is around updating existing washrooms and converting them from seasonal to year-round. So it's really about the winterization. So within the winterization of any building washroom that we're looking at, the things that would impact the budget would be things like the size of the facility, the ability to put in better electrical systems for heating, the availability of potable water, accessibility and building code requirements, and this general state of good repair in the building. So as I noted, we are testing out these 2 projects this year to see what those costs will be, and then we'll have a better idea of how to move forward if it's council's desire to continue in the program.
Okay, so you're only building 1 brand new bathroom. Is that correct?
We are converting 2 this year, in addition to the ones that are already winterized.
And what parameters are you using to choose the locations?
So the parameters that we're using right now, we are developing a more comprehensive strategy around all of them, but the parameters that we're using right now are high-use, areas of the city that are year-round, and include some of the high-use areas in our sort of waterfront trail system and some of our high-use district parks, and the 2 locations specifically speak to that. Also, through our experience in the usage of these parks in the winter over the last few years, and the types of amenities that are in these parks that would support year-round use.
Has there been any consultation with organizations serving the homeless population to ensure that there is a good access for that demographic in our communities?
So through the chair, I mean, all these washrooms are open for anybody's use, so we haven't done any specific consultation with specific user groups, but certainly they are available for anyone, as are the portable washrooms that we've installed through the park system in the winter.
And last question, is there a budget then for the continued added maintenance costs now that we will have all of these new winterized bathrooms coming online for next winter?
Through the chair, I think for these first 2, we're moving forward with the existing funds and spreading them just a little bit thinner within our existing operational envelope. I don't think for just 2, the impact is too large.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee now. Councillor Moyes, and then Bravo.
My questions were on the public washrooms, and they were fully answered. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. Councillor Bravo.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if you answered this already and I missed it, but with a cost estimate for winterizing 25 washrooms, do you have an estimate about how many more people would be served by adding 25 washrooms, winterized washrooms?
Through the chair, it's a really hard number to estimate. We don't have sort of formal counting systems within the park system that would be able to monitor the usage. I think what we can do is look at sort of the observational usage that we see, where these areas of the city are very, very busy, and use that as a guide, but we don't have actual figures around what the accessibility would be.
Thank you. And I just want to follow up on Councillor Perk's question on the development of management plans for environmentally sensitive areas. Can you give me a rough estimate on how much money it costs to develop each management plan? Just a rough estimate.
Through the chair, the 2 development plans that are anticipated to be completed this year will give us more detailed cost estimates on what the cost of individual plans would be. So I don't have that at the time, but we should throughout the year.
Do you have a general idea? Because there's an allocation, I'm sure, for actually doing this work. I'm not going to hold you to a specific number, but just to give us some idea.
Through the chair, the management framework itself is roughly $0.2 million. That's giving us the overview as well as 2 plans. So I would anticipate that individual plans would be much less than that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. Just 2 questions. As far as George Ball Arena, in your briefing note, you do mention that there are areas that are not under the affected roof remain accessible and in use. So can you tell me what areas are so do we have a portion of George Ball Arena that's actually being used?
So through the chair, yes, my understanding is there are, I think 1 or 2 community rooms that are not under the arena roof, which is in question, that are still open to the public.
Okay, so these are rooms that are permitted, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. Keeping in mind that George Bell Arena is managed through an arena board of management, not directly by the city.
Yeah. So most of the, maybe Howie, you're here. So most of the leagues that were in there that prepaid for their hockey, they've been relocated to other arenas?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, okay. So, okay, thank you. Just a question on the washrooms. So is it 24 hours that the washrooms are open?
Through the chair, no. The washrooms would be open the regular hours of the existing washrooms that we have, which are, roughly, I think it's 8 or 9 a.m. until 9 or 10 p.m. Well, dusk. Now we're changing those hours in the summer as the days become longer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nunziata. Seeing no questions, we can go on to the next group.
Great, thanks. Next item is briefing note number 21 from Social Development, Finance and Administration, entitled Update on the Toronto Community Crisis Service.
So it's briefing note 21, update on the Toronto Community Crisis Service. We'll go to outside councillors. Councillor Cheng has a question or two.
It's wonderful to see this significant increase in this budget from 2021 until 2023. And I've heard that the plan is to continually expand the coverage of this program. And I'm wondering, what is the slated increase for 2024? Because I did hear that there are new areas of coverage that will be announced later this year.
So through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. The plan currently is that we will be pursuing a request for expressions of interest with community agencies.
No, thank you. You're welcome. Future reference, Antonia, please specify third up. Thank you very much for calling.
Somebody has to put their mic on mute.
Have a good day. Bye.
Can I ask staff who are online to ensure that their mics are on mute, please? Thank you.
So we are issuing an REOI process in order to prepare for our next level of partners for expansion. We also will be working to identify community needs, also looking at staffing requirements to expand. And this year we are also doing work that is about improving some of the nuts and bolts of the back end of the system, including our dispatch. With that understanding, as well as our one-year evaluation, I will be coming forward to Executive and Council in October in order to present you with all of that information and recommend a path forward. So without that work complete, I cannot estimate what it will cost to expand to citywide from where we are now, which is 60% coverage of Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Perks.
Thank you. So you're putting out an REOI. I also understand you've done some preparatory work with the library to work through how they can develop a trauma-informed harm reduction approach to dealing with crises in their library. You're doing some work on nuts and bolts, so you're learning a lot, but there's nothing in the budget so that if your plan in October says we're ready to go on X, Y, and Z, that would allow us to go. We'd have to wait for the 24 budget.
That is correct, Councillor, that we would be waiting for the 2024 budget. We would be recommending in October, here is the path forward, and we would be doing behind the scenes work with our, with the anchors, potential new set of anchors and partners to be ready for a budget infusion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will take it into committee. Do we have questions of committee members? Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I want to pick up on this idea that, it sounds like you have the resources to study the expansion, the staffing, and you have some, you're exploring the partnerships and improving the dispatch system. I guess my concern is that, first of all, when we talk about 60% of the city, I think you count my ward. Is that correct, Ward 9?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Part of your ward, yes, is included.
Okay.
Part of
yeah,
your ward.
A very slim part. So you can understand the urgency that we feel right now with the community safety crisis in the city. I just want to confirm what I heard you respond to Councillor Perks, which is that you are showing signs of success. In October, you'll be able to rely on an evaluation that will be done with a lot of credibility. You'll then identify a path forward, and then we will have to wait November, December, January, until the new, many months until the rollout of that new path, because there isn't any money enveloped in this budget to allow you to start the expansion within this budget year. Is that correct?
So through the chair, the allocation that is currently in our budget for 2023 allows us to do all the groundwork to prepare. And then once council makes a decision on the recommendations in the October report, the costings related to any of those decisions would be included in the 2024 budget. We would be working with council decisions, and my apologies, I'm trying to project a little bit ahead of where we happen to be. So we would be working with council direction and accordingly preparing partners if that is council's will, in order to be ready for approvals and our ability to move. I understand that from the very first moment that council directed us to create this service, that there is an incredible urgency, and that even though we're moving fast and thoughtful, clearly for some Torontonians that's not fast enough. Yeah. But what we are trying to build is the strongest foundation so that when we are citywide, people have a service that they can rely on.
Well, clearly there's a gap on time and the rollout, and at the same time, we know that the kinds of calls that you could divert put pressure on the 911 system. But moving on to the community partners piece, I understand that this model is so successful because it's a community care and support model that relies on organizations with deep relationships within the community who are able to bring their subject matter expertise depending on the crisis. I'm just wondering if there is funding currently in this budget to really build out the ecosystem of partnering organizations, which is something that you've been very cautious about building out, but that there is, it seems to me, a need to prepare those partners, to build their capacity, and to bring them into potential alignment so that when we do have the funding for the path forward, as you describe it, that we're able to hit the ground running and start to attend to the overdose mental health, homelessness, violence against women crises, or the expansion citywide, whether it's wide or deep or attending to more calls. Is there a partner ecosystem that needs to be funded?
So absolutely, there is a partner ecosystem that needs to be funded. One of overall, I think from the very first time we came forward to council about this service, we noted that in order to be fully successful in its mandate, we need federal and provincial funding to support things like supportive housing, more crisis beds, more treatment and wellness support services, and to do those in a way that is culturally appropriate and relevant. This has to be an intergovernmental approach to rounding out the entire ecosystem. Additionally, we here at the city have included in this budget $1 million for community investments to help our partners and other service providers who would want to support the service in their ability to contribute. So there is resources currently in this budget, and we will need to continue our intergovernmental conversations to round out the larger ecosystem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions on this briefing note? We'll just indulge and go to Councillor Carroll for questions. We're in committee, but it will just,
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that Councillor Bravo was in committee.
Yeah, no worries, we can indulge you here.
I promise it'll be my last.
No worries, go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, I just wanted to ask on this one, just to be clear, the increased funding that is coming this year, I'm looking at the briefing note now, there's the 25% increase, but it's a small amount, it amounts to 2 and a bit. That funding is going to exactly that, that's going to preparing for the expansion, or is some of that going to the base program that exists?
So through the chair, Councillor Carroll, I would say it's actually both. In
yes.
The 1.7 million that's in the budget currently is to support some of the needs that we see within the base program or base service, and that also will allow us to prepare for expansion. So for example, strengthening our dispatch system both serves the current service, but we're looking at that strengthening with a view of what will it take for us to reliably be at 100% coverage of the city. The expansion to an Indigenous crisis line that we'll be funding with our partner Two Spirited Peoples is also allowing us to increase Indigenous peoples' access to the service currently, and prepare for more Indigenous peoples across the city being able to access the service. So we are both deepening the base program and preparing for the future expansion, which is just around the corner.
Fantastic. And just to be clear, if council were to move on February 14th, Valentine's Day, expand right now, you would have to undergo the same process, would you not? I call it a tender process. You would have to do the same call-out round to find the most likely agencies with capacity. You would have to, in fairness, go through that process again. We could not move a motion saying expand right now and here's who to expand with. You would have a lot of work to do, such as you did in 2021. Am I reflecting that accurately?
Yes, you are, Councillor. I think when we first started down this journey, Council approved some principles on which this new service was based on. Some of those principles include our ability to be transparent and to have a process that people can understand, which we apply to the partners that we're working with. So absolutely, we'd still be launching our REOI process to find partners. That takes a number of months. And the moment that we get council direction that we can proceed with the slate of partners that we'll recommend, we will do the work with them related to beginning hiring, figuring out training, and all those things so that we can have a service that is operational for Torontonians.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Crisante, then Moise after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow Councillor Carroll's questioning on the funding amount, it says there's a 25% increase. Could you please speak to, below it speaks to an additional total investment of 17.050 million. So what is the total investment? It's not 13, it's 17, correct?
So through the chair, thank you, Councillor Crisante, for the question. So through Social Development, Finance and Administration, we have two programs that unfortunately have similar kinds of names. So we're going to have to rectify that with the older program. The Toronto Community Crisis Service, of which we're talking about today, the 2023 total budget is $13.7 million. We also have a long-standing, I think it's 15 to 16 years old program called Community Crisis Response Program, CCRP. That program is a team of city staff that respond to residents, businesses, service providers in the aftermath of a critical incident. So for example, if there is a shooting or a stabbing in a community and that community needs help to heal and recover, this team goes in, provides updates, coordinates, supports, and ensure that residents or the impacted group of people have the things that they need to return to a state of wellness. That program is about 16 years old, and there is a $3.2 million addition to that program because it's a critical service. I must say that the Toronto Community Crisis Service is adding a very important addition to crisis supports within the city, but it is not everything. So through SafeTO, we have other things that the city is supporting that become an important part of the overall response system for Torontonians. So together, that's $17 million.
And some of the other things you were referring to, do you happen to know what the total investment there is?
I don't have that information right in front of me, Councillor, but I could follow up with you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, I believe you're next.
Thank you. Just for some clarification, looking at Part B here and the 25% increase, it's $13.7 million, and beside it, it says 8 FTE. I'm assuming that's not the cost of, for those, okay. It is a little misleading. So is it 8 additional employees?
So through the chair, the 8 FTEs are city staff. So this team is the policing reform unit within SDFA that supports the back end work to make the service possible. It's a total of 8, not 8 additional. The chart speaks to cumulative totals over the years. In addition to the 8 staff that are administrative, if you think of it that way, we're obviously funding our 4 anchor partners currently to hire and support the mobile crisis teams. And so certainly, I'm not sure what the full number of the amount of mobile workers that are out currently, but if you're interested in that information, I can get it for you. 100 FTEs. So 2 that we've added to the internal unit, and that supports 100 mobile workers currently operating across the 60% of the city.
Okay. And going through this report, it talks about 911 and 211 phone numbers, I guess, or what do you want to call it? But one of the things that's not talked about is the new 988 number. Non-emergency crisis number that is coming into effect, I think, this year. And so how does this all relate? Because I don't see anything mentioned here about that.
So we certainly have been following the development of the 988 line, Councillor, and would see it to become another access point for the service overall. The criticality right now of 911 and 211 is about how dispatch to the service is happening, and that's an area that we certainly need to continue to strengthen overall. But we took a no wrong door approach to access to the service. So that means people will be able to, certainly will be working to try to ensure that they can access through 988, through 211, through 911, and partners also have individual lines that residents can call. So for example, if you're more familiar with Gerstein or Taibu, you might try to access the service through their numbers as well. So it's a complex ecosystem that we're trying to make very simple for Torontonians. And the public education message that we are launching shortly, we're running a 5-month multilingual campaign to increase resident awareness. We will be prioritizing 211 as the entry number. We want people to have, you know, what's that, impulse number that's almost like an impulse that you can be able to call. And that certainly throughout the history of our service has been 211. But there are other entry points, and we are working to ensure that there is no wrong door to accessing this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, thank you. I just have the one question. As far as the Community Crisis Response Program, which, as you mentioned, we've had that program up for 16 years. Yeah. So, have we evaluated that program as well? And who is in attendance when there is a crisis? Who attends? And how is it communicated? For example, if it's in a TCHC building or any building or a community, how is it communicated?
So thank you, through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. We are undertaking an evaluation of CCRP this year. Over the last number of years, we have been working to strengthen the program, figure out partnerships that we can add, and strengthening protocol and wellness pieces for the staff who are supporting the program. I would say that we also have protocols underway with Toronto Community Housing for how to respond. So right now, and Councillor, you're probably far more knowledgeable because I think there's been a number of incidents of which staff have come. But when an incident happens and they become aware, this would be after first responders have been. And then they will work with, if it's a TCHC community, if there's local buildings around, the counselor's office, the school board, if it's related to school and school incident, try to bring as much information and coordination of services to that affected community.
Right, and there's also, there's a request for police presence as well, because they like to hear from the police on what actually happened, so they feel a lot safer if they know, if they have the details?
Yes, certainly. So in the aftermath of a violent incident, part of the community meetings that take place would include police because they are the ones that would have the information about the crime that took place and the state of their investigations. So you're right, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, seeing no other questions, Mr. Conforti, we can move on to the next.
Okay, great. So we're now moving to briefing notes from within Infrastructure and Development Services. We'll start off with 2 briefing notes from Municipal Licensing and Standards. Briefing note number 15, entitled 2023 Funding Allocation to Rent Safe TO, and briefing note 16 for multi-tenant housing. Outside councillors first. So it's briefing note 15 and 16 with MLS. We'll start with Councillor Carroll and then Councillor Myers.
Good morning, Mr.
Staff, a second here to set up.
I knew you were here for.
Guess why I'm in this room? Briefing note number 16. So we have a table here and the position count that's going in. Generous implementation, but I'm wondering what the hiring program is for year one, because I'm assuming for 42 FTE, that number that's just under 3 million, that's probably only like $1/4 of dollars, and there's an annualized cost next year? Or is that, how many months of dollars is that?
1/3 or 4 months.
Okay. So is the goal to have as many as possible of these positions in place by 4 months, or are you focused on a particular part of the implementation plan being done by that time?
The focus in the early part of the year is on stakeholder engagement. It's really important that we have people that can do tenant and landlord and public education to launch this program across the city so people are aware of what the rules are. Our focus will be in the fall to hire the 26 additional bylaw officers.
Okay. And so this is a lot of work for both your division and HR. So I'm wondering, is there elsewhere in the budget, have you resourced the fact that someone's going to have to be focused on the hiring for pretty much the first half of the year, first 3 quarters of the year?
Yeah, that's a great point. My colleague Pam Audette is here, who does that lead for us. And we are also looking to, on a temporary basis, looking potentially at a project director to lead this work. It's a significant program. It's citywide. There's a lot of people that need to be hired. And then there's project management, stakeholder engagement, and then the actual rollout of it. So there is a lot of work. We are cognizant of it. It's important for me to note that this is not just MLS. This is planning, public health, fire, Toronto building, and city planning. The 6 of us work closely, and the housing secretariat, the 6 of us work closely on this, and court services is involved as well in setting up a tribunal this year as well.
Right. And the briefing note, it sort of makes us feel like the other divisions that are going to be impacted, fire services and that their extra resources are more needed in the following year as we get further into the implementation.
That's correct. This program is being phased in over 3 years, and then it will regularize throughout the future years. But yes.
Have we made sure that centrally in the city manager's office, they know they have to highlight that this will be in need in the short term as well, but that further on down the road, if they can help us make sure that displaced tenants have some place to go, that this actually has the potential to help relieve some pressure on the influx of newcomers and refugees?
That's correct. We will engage the city manager's office, the deputy city manager's office as necessary because, again, 6 divisions involved from 2 different clusters. Again, 2 DCMs and the city manager will be involved, engaged, and here to support us. Let them speak to it if they want to add.
Okay, fantastic. No, I'm already so excited. This is great.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Myers, I think you were next. Did you have your hand up? Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, just a few quick questions on the rent safe TO program. Of the 1,815 building evaluations 2022, do we know what percentage of buildings that represents in Toronto that are in need of evaluation, roughly?
So it's approximately 50%. There are 3,500 rental apartment buildings in the City of Toronto.
Thank you. And through the chair, is that supposed to be how the program works? Approximately 50% of the buildings get reviewed annually under rent safe TO?
Through the budget chief to the councillor, the objective is to focus on the buildings that score the lowest, and that's where we want to focus. The buildings that score highest, it's not necessary to audit or inspect them yearly. So again, we have different criteria that determines when you would go back to a building, every 2 years, every 3 years, every 4 years. But our focus is on the lower scoring buildings. Again, those are the ones that we want to bring up from a C to a B, from a B to an A, so to speak.
Thank you. And through the chair, of the 6 audits that scored 50% or less in their 2021 evaluation, does that represent all of the buildings that failed?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Chang next.
Thank you. Through the chair, I see that there is $250,000 allocated for a citywide campaign to raise awareness of the new regulatory framework with regard to multi-tenant housing. This is a huge new thing that's happening, and I'm wondering what kind of coverage $250,000 can actually achieve citywide. Is there something that's informing this number? Is there a benchmark of how much money needs to be spent for all of the City of Toronto to know something?
I'm not sure if my colleagues are here from Stratcom, but we will work closely with Stratcom on this. It is an amount that we put in that we felt was appropriate based on citywide coverage. It is going to need a lot of coverage, and we are hoping that that 250 multiplies with other, as we get into stakeholder engagement and other people take up the cost.
Certainly, I'm sure counselors would all be very happy to help be conduits of that information, but the number does feel low to me for citywide coverage. And I'm also wondering, within that 250,000, is there multilingual engagement also budgeted for this?
Thanks for the question. Absolutely. It's important that our communications reach as many audiences as possible. It will be in multilingual. We usually do the top 5 languages spoken, and then there's also opportunity for translation and other communications. But yes, that is a part of our program and all of our programs.
Will there be a regional target? So to best, I guess, get the most bang out of your buck, are there certain areas of Toronto where there are higher rates of multi-tenant housing that would benefit from a more focused communications campaign?
Great question, and thank you for that. You're absolutely correct. These typically happen near post-secondary institutions, Seneca, Humber, both North and South Campus, as well as U of T Scarborough. Northeast Scarborough is also a hotspot for these, so we are aware of those, and we will be targeting through geo-targeting and making sure that our communications, and we take advantage of the knowledge that we have and the expertise of our colleagues in strategic communications.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thanks. If I'm reading this correctly, in 23, we're supposed to transition to the new hearings body, or I forget what it's called, the thing that replaces the rooming house commissioner?
Our plan is to transition in 23 to get it set up, and court services will do that work with clerks, and for have it up and running for 2024.
Okay, so we will have the rooming house commissioner all the way through 23.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council will take it into committee. Do you have any questions from committee members? Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So the briefing note, as we read it, says that requests for rent-safe TO increased by 17% in 2022 from the previous year. But the 2023 budget only has the program allocation increased by 3.9%. That's well below the rate of inflation. So it's effectively a cut. Why is funding for rent-safe TO being cut when demand for the program is rising?
Just to clarify, I believe the 17% increase relates to service requests.
Yes.
So again, those are increasing. The budget is going up as the base increases for salaries and wages and benefits of 140,000. You're right, it's 3.9. They aren't to be aligned exactly. There is a focus on service requests, and what's happening with the new tool that we're developing is that we're integrating service requests into the score for the for each building.
Thank you. Just given the extent of what we know about the housing crisis and the pressure that puts on the entire system, it's just surprising to me that with service requests increasing by 17%, we'd be allocating less than 4% and effectively then cutting a program that is the front line of protecting tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other committee members? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just one question. So I'm reading the briefing note that the campaign will notify licensed and unlicensed operators, and licensed operators a bylaw requirement. So we have a list of the licensed. We know which ones are licensed, right? Which are, how many?
That's correct. We have approximately 350 licensed rooming houses in the former city of Toronto and parts of York and Etobicoke.
Right. So as far as the unlicensed ones, are you going by the number of complaints that have come in? And that's how you determine where the unlicensed are?
So thanks for the question. That's one of many strategies we will use. Just because people think it's a rooming house, often it is not.
Right.
But we will look at complaint data, and we will look at the data that I spoke of to Councillor Chang about different parts of the city where we are aware of unlicensed rooming houses.
Right. So all the complaints that I put in, rooming house, illegal, so you're just going to go back that list and inform those landlords, correct?
So thanks for the question. Where we have information and data
Yeah.
and complaints that suggests a address or a property owner, we will make that dedicated approach to them, as well as the broader communications that will happen. But where we have knowledge, we will do those house by house.
Right. Because I have so many of them that have been there for years. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, Steve, we can move on to the next.
Thank you. The next item is briefing note number 33 from the Transit Expansion Office entitled Eglinton East Light Rail and Waterfront East Light Rail.
Questions on this briefing note? Seeing none, let's move on to the next.
Sure. Next item is briefing note number 27 from Transportation Services entitled Vision Zero Road Safety Plan and Cycling Network Plan Implementation and Funding.
Questions on this? We have visiting councillors Carroll and Perks, and I've got them all. Okay, we'll work our way through it. Councillor Carroll first.
Just a quick question, and it's the same question I ask every year. Where are we at in sweeping across the city with the Vision Zero speed limit changes and signage? How close are we getting to my ward?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor, for the question. So we continue to roll out our speed limit reductions as part of our speed management strategy. We've completed the work on arterial and collector roads. We're well into the work on our locals. And this year, what are we doing this year? This year we'll be doing 1,500 kilometers of local roads with speed limit reductions, and I'm happy to check to see where you are in that list.
So, well, are we still, is it still directional for local roads? We're sweeping from west to east? Or is that different in each service district?
Through the chair, we are working on a prioritized system on data-driven where collisions are being presented but we are doing all wards at the same, all districts at the same time, with wards being prioritized based on what the data says has the most collision prevalence.
Oh, okay. So if we did need to bump one up because of such an incident, there's some facility to do that within the resources here.
So the rollout of the local road speed limit reductions is being done on an area basis rather than on a street-by-street basis. So areas within wards are being prioritized for which areas have the most collisions prevalent, and those are being rolled out first before the next. We expect the next series of reports about local road speed limit reductions to come to Community Council later this year with an update on when we'll be finished the reductions.
Oh, okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Perks, you next.
Thank you. Ms. Gray, at launch, in the couple of days after launch, I asked a question about how our climate plan Vision Zero cycling network, which all overlap, how many kilometers are being rolled out, and how is that within the total number of kilometers we're going to have to do all of our arterials, which is what is imagined in the climate plan. I've been going back and forth with staff, and I don't have a number yet. And I was wondering, given that you said you'd give me one, if you have one.
Through the chair to Councillor Perks. So thank you for the question. We have a much crisper number on the cycling delivery because we've been working in partnership with the University of Toronto on what they see as the low stress quantity of kilometers for a cycling network that would meet the climate targets. Your question, I believe, was about complete streets overall, which, as you know, is more than just the cycling network. It includes pedestrian improvements and transit improvements as well. And so we actually need to do a little bit more work on that to be able to give you a crisp number on the complete streets in total, which is, I believe, what we indicated. We need to do, I mean, the work that was done on the cycling plan was quite extensive in looking at modeling GHG reductions, and so it's not an insignificant exercise, so that's why we need a little more time. We do think we can probably get you something this year, and the surface transit is more complicated because of the rollout of that program has not been quite as quick.
But I'm not asking for like the whole rollout. So we know how many kilometers of arterial roads there are in the city of Toronto. We know that.
We do.
We know how many kilometers of complete streets we have budgeted for in this year's budget. I would like those two numbers.
Yeah.
So we do have the numbers in relation to bikeways, which we take a complete streets approach to, and the University of Toronto's research indicated that in order to meet the Transform TO goals previously enacted by council by 2050, to have 75% of trips walk, cycled, or then that would require 40 kilometers a year of cycling network expansion in order to meet the in order to meet the Transform TO target by 2050. Council this past term updated that target to 75% of trips walked, cycled, or by transit by 2030. And so we do need to work more closely with TTC, city planning, and perhaps also the University of Toronto to update the figure to incorporate surface transit improvements that are required, as well as the more soon target date of 2030 instead of 2050.
That's very helpful. How many kilometers of arterial roads do we have in the city of Toronto? This is what I asked for like a couple weeks ago.
The number of centerline kilometers of arterial roads is 1,146.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Myers is next.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, just a quick question. Do we know why there are no senior safety zones planned for 2023?
Through the chair, the Senior Safety Zones program was an earlier stage of the Vision Zero Road Safety Plan, in which areas where more seniors lived had some changes, such as the signal timing allowed for a longer walk time across intersections, and having things like zebra markings more enhanced in those zones. We are evaluating how successful that approach is and seeking feedback from communities of seniors on how that's improved their daily life. In the meantime, we are continuing to roll out Vision Zero improvements at hotspots of collisions across the city in order to provide a more comprehensive and data-driven approach to improving road safety, including for seniors.
Thank you. Through the chair, just for clarification, so the senior safety zones are only implemented in places with specific senior populations, or are they they're introduced in places with just a high number of people, which, assuming a percentage of those, a high percentage of those could be seniors?
So through the chair to Councillor Myers, the senior safety zones was one of the very first Vision Zero programs that we instituted as part of the new plan in 2017. And it was we were looking at data about where volumes of seniors lived and where we also had at that time data on crash information. What we found was that establishing those zones, while it gave visibility, because we used some signage to identify them, it gave visibility. As we rolled out a more robust Vision Zero program and we used data, including where seniors live, to direct those investments, that we were addressing the issues absent having a specific senior safety zone program. So we're going back and evaluating that, involving seniors to see if there still needs to be that kind of senior safety zone. And then we're also taking another look at community safety zones. We'll be coming back to council later this year related to community safety zones, and we'll certainly integrate the needs of seniors into that evaluation.
Great. So just so I understand, basically the needs of seniors are being incorporated into the overall program design and vision.
Yes, correct. Okay. Thank you.
And just one final question. I note that there is a significant drop in the number of fatalities and serious pedestrian injuries in 2020. Do we know what percentage of that is based on the implementation of Vision Zero versus the move to hybrid work and lower numbers of people using the TTC?
I wouldn't be able to give you a specific breakdown, but certainly we have seen a reduction in the number of fatalities and serious injuries since the beginning of Vision Zero. I think 2020 was absolutely enhanced by the lack of travel that we saw citywide, so I think it's a combination of both.
Thank you. And through the chair, so is it fair to assume that if we expect TTC usage to rise and more people to return to office, that those numbers could rise again?
Through the chair, so Vision Zero is the ultimate target, and we know that it is a long target, and we have a lot of work to do to get there. Certainly, we are very encouraged by the continued decline of fatalities and serious injuries. We know that making the investments that we're making in complete streets and safety improvements at the key locations where the data tells us it's really a challenge, and we have lots of people walking, is going to make a difference. So certainly, the observations that we've had from other large-scale cities throughout the world is that sometimes there are upticks in certain years based on variety of site conditions, but we are working to try to continue to see the downward trend.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Chang next.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wondering the reasoning behind the large drop in number of school crossing guard ads. So 48 were added in 2022 and only 2 are planned for 2023. Is that due to demand, or how many pending requests do you have?
Thank you. So through the chair, we took over this school crossing guard program, I think in 2019, if I'm remembering correctly, from the Toronto Police. We have added numerous locations over time. We have a process by which we have to go through and meet the warrants. In 2022, last year, we added additional 62 crossing guard locations. And so we've been actually steadily increasing the number. And so this year, I don't believe we have as many in the budget this year, but we are still taking applications. Right now, we have a total of, I think there are a total of 889 schools, and we have, let's see, by the end of this year, we will have 816 locations with school crossing guards. Is that right? So we're on our way there. We're on our way there.
And so how many applications do you get on average per year?
It really, I can look into that and find it year over year. It really depends. I would say the number that sticks in my mind is about 50. We get about 50 applications that we do an analysis for, but I'm happy to get you details on that specifically for your ward.
I guess I'm concerned because I always hear moms say, oh, we want a crossing guard. And if we've only budgeted for 2, there is very little bandwidth there for expansion.
So crossing guards, while a critical and important part of school zone safety, are not the only tool that we use for school zone safety, and we actually have a more robust program, and so they don't actually, they're not the best tool to use everywhere, and so we do that evaluation as part of our school safety zones when we're rolling out the school safety zones. We do get a lot of requests for crossing guards, and so we try to review and accommodate all the requests that we get. So I will look into that number of how many requests we get year over year.
Thank you. With regard to traffic calming, I'm wondering does that, I see speed humps here, but is that the only traffic calming device that is included in this line? Or does that include the bump outs or the other flex stakes to calm traffic? Or is it specifically just speed humps?
Through the chair, the traffic calming line is just generally the speed hump line, but we do have other traffic calming initiatives through the geometric safety improvements category, which includes bump outs, as you mentioned, includes the flexi posts in the road indicating the lower speed, and other elements that we've been working with communities and councillors to address traffic calming situations.
So in Ottawa, they use 2 flex stakes on both sides to make the road seem narrower. Is that also something that's being considered as a traffic calming measure in lieu of speed bumps?
We are certainly working with colleagues from across the country about various different new ways to improve traffic calming measures. So happy to look at that one in particular, but we're working with Edmonton, Calgary about some of the interesting traffic calming methods that they've used. And we've recently piloted a speed table program, which allows us to roll out something similar to a speed hump, but on routes that also have TTC. So that's of interest to many communities.
And for the 200 speed humps that are budgeted for 2023, how many of them are already designated locations?
I'm not sure we have the answer to that at hand, but we do, we can get that for you.
And I guess the same question, how many requests do we get across the city on average per year for speed humps, and how many are we able to implement in comparison?
So what I have is the data back since 2016, where the implementation of speed humps has gone from about 72 locations a year up to what we did in 2021, which was 158. So we've significantly increased our ability to deliver speed humps. And again, I think your point is an excellent one, that it's not just speed humps that are an effective tool for traffic calming. We're actually right now in the process of looking at our entire traffic calming program, and we'll be coming back to council later this year with a revision on the process and the warrants for that. So in the 5 years, from 2017 to 2021, we've installed traffic speed humps at 796 locations, so just under 800 locations citywide.
So does that mean you're shifting, sorry, last question. You're shifting away from speed humps, because there is a slight decrease from last year, and looking at other alternatives?
We are always looking at alternatives. Speed humps are a program that Toronto has used for a long, long time, and some residents and councillors think it's extremely effective and others do not. And so we have lots of tools that we use depending on the site-specific location. We don't have any plans to reduce the number of speed humps as per se, but as Jacqueline mentioned, there are other users of the road that are challenged by speed humps, fire trucks and TTC vehicles in some locations. So we're always looking at a broader palette.
Thank you. Take it into, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Gray, I'm glad to see that there have been fewer deaths and serious injuries, but even so, we're talking about life-changing, family-changing injuries. I mean, head injuries, things that make people impossible for people to work. We're talking about really serious impacts on families from these crashes, correct?
Through the chair, yes, in many, many cases, that is correct, Councillor.
And it's one of the key points of Vision Zero is that we tend to talk about accidents, but crashes that kill and hurt people aren't accidents. They're directly affected by the design and operation of city streets, correct?
Through the chair, we do not call them accidents. I would agree with you. We call them crashes because they are influenced by a number of factors, including the geometry of the road and the behavior of the people who are using the road.
Right. And as you continue to improve the geometry of the road, we can reasonably expect the number of people whose lives are ruined will continue to decrease, correct?
That is the plan for Vision Zero, yes, that we can get to zero.
Okay. And certainly in my ward, I'm receiving a tsunami of requests for assistance in coping with increases in traffic, bad behavior by drivers, infiltration in residential areas, road rage. we need calming traffic control, and the demand for it is rising at a very steady rate. Would you agree with me that the need for measures to reduce traffic and bad behavior by drivers is growing steadily, and we have to stay ahead of it?
Through the chair, I would agree, and I know it's not just Toronto where we've seen and have heard that the experience of drivers and police forces is that there is an increase in challenging behavior on the part of drivers, stunt driving, et cetera. And so, yes, everything we can do, it's the 5 E's, right? Engineering, education, enforcement, equity, and I'm not going to remember the fifth one, but there's a full suite of tools that we absolutely need to use to try to educate people on the importance of driving the speed limit, as well as change the road to ensure that they can do that.
Okay, and if we need to continue to expand Vision Zero in order to frankly protect people's lives and reduce the opportunity for that kind of very bad behavior by drivers, correct?
That's correct. And also our climate action goals are pointing us quite strongly in the direction of getting more people to walk, cycle, and take transit for the bulk of their trips. And so we really need to encourage them to do that. And part of encouraging them to do that is ensuring they feel safe on the street.
Well, that's exactly where I was going. Can we reasonably expect people to walk and cycle if they feel they're taking their lives at risk?
I think that overall, and in comparison to other cities, Toronto is an extremely safe city to walk, cycle, and take transit. That doesn't mean that we can't improve and that we must improve. And so one of the reasons we started Vision Zero 5 years ago was to ensure that we were not only designing the right tools, but we were also looking at the right data, and that we were able to focus our funding investments on those improvements. And that's what we've been doing, and we'll continue to do that. This is the year that we have the most investment in a single year in Vision Zero since the program began.
And that will save lives?
Through the chair, that is our expectation and our hope, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take it into committee. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Gray. Thank you very much for the speed bumps that you've introduced in my area. The very first time I have 3 locations, and the residents are extremely happy. So thank you and team. Just wanted to ask you a question, just for clarification, if you could, on the page 2 of the page here, where it talks about the total overall Vision Zero budget, and between 2017 and 2022, your budget allocation was 24.1 million, and it talks about the capital amount, 146 million and 178 million in operating, and it indicates that to date you've spent 264 million, which is an overall 82%, I guess, based on this number. I'm just wondering, where is the additional $77 million? Where is that? Because you have a budget here for 2023 of 72.7, but you also have, according, if I'm reading this correctly, 77 million of unspent funds. And I don't know what the breakdowns are between operating and capital. I'm just wondering if you can clarify that for me, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson. So are you asking about the amount that was allocated but not spent because our delivery rate is 82%? Is that the part?
I am, yeah. I'm just, because if you still have 77 million to be spent, what are you spending that on? And this 72.3 million that you're asking for currently, can you spend that within the 23 projected year?
Through the chair, yes, we do believe we can spend it through in the current year. So we often have challenges over the year. I mean, we've been working very hard, as you know, to get our spend rate up above 80 to 90%, which used to be down, I think, around 65%. And so we believe our estimated spend rate for 2022 is actually going to be 90% spend, which we think is a huge improvement over previous. We also understand that there are impacts on our ability to deliver, and so we will often cash flow our capital spend so that we can optimize delivery in any given year. And so the 72.3 million budget that we have this year also includes a little bit of carryover from last past year. And where we can catch up, we absolutely do, where we can make more investments, where we have waiting lists. So for example, we've been talking a lot about speed humps. Sometimes there's more speed humps than requests than we have the funding to deliver. And so when we have some extra capacity, we can often, since we know what we want to build and where we want to build it, we can often go in and address those issues.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. It's very helpful. Let me then ask you, we've talked about this before. Lawrence Avenue, for example, you essentially have 7 lanes. There are 6 typical traffic lanes, but you have a center lane that is utilized typically for turning. Most people don't use it for turning any longer. They're using it essentially as a regular lane. I'm just wondering, how are you prepared to address that? Because it is creating the challenges and the issues around fatalities, because I know I have a number of residents who have actually been killed in my ward as a result of this situation. I'm just wondering, how will you address that as part of your budget for 2023?
Through the chair, I'm not sure what our Lawrence budget is for 2023, but we'll look into that. In terms of the situation you're describing, it is not, sadly, an uncommon one where people misuse the 2-way left turn lane and they use it as a third lane. There's a number of things that we can do, and it's a tricky one because you want to ensure that if you put in islands, for example, that, of course, alleviates or eliminates the issue of people driving there, but we don't want people to cross in locations where it's not safe for them to cross. So we have a number of tools that we can use that we've used in other locations that you and I have discussed would be good options to look at for Lawrence in those locations where people are misusing the left turn lane.
Thank you. And just my final question. Where you have at intersection, you have, and I don't know what the material's called, but it's a rubberized material that's extended out. It's not the GO safety improvement, but it doesn't appear to me and to my residents that those rubberized extension in front of a traffic signals are either encased in the ground in a firm way that allows them to stay intact. It seems to move either through utilization of the snow clearing machines and or other methods. I'm just wondering, how safe is that, and can something be done to better stabilize that material into the ground?
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. So I think you're talking about the left turn calming pilot.
Yeah, exactly.
So what we learned in looking at our own data and also looking at other jurisdictions like New York City is that there was the option to see a reduction in the number of people hit and seriously injured in the left turn movement, people at multi-phase intersections making left turns. And so that's what we've implemented. And Jacqueline has some more information on the longevity of that material.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So they are bolted down, but we have experienced some locations that during snow clearing operations, they've been dislocated from their location. We're evaluating that pilot now. I believe we had 8 locations. We are continuing it, and where the locations where it's been effective at slowing turn movements and it works for that location, we're looking at ways to use either asphalt or concrete to make that a permanent configuration that won't get unbolted through snow clearing equipment, that kind of thing.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this great presentation here. Looking at the chart and looking at the automated speed enforcement, I see you plan to implement or to install 25 more cameras. Is there a reason why you're only installing 25 and not more than 25? Is there a moratorium from the province?
Through the chair to Councillor Moyes, thanks for the question. There is not a moratorium on automated speed enforcement cameras. We, in our initial installation program, which we do through a vendor, we were able to initially install 50 cameras that rotate 2 per ward. We were able to add another camera to the rotation, and we are in the process working with courts and revenue services in getting an enhanced or improved back end of the payment for that program. So instead of having to go through the POA process, we're looking to make that an administrative penalty, which means that we will be able to process a much more significant number of those tickets in the future. And we want to make sure that we have the ability to process the tickets and give people that clarity. And so that process will be completed into 2024, and we will be coming back to council, I believe, in June or maybe a little bit earlier this year with an updated plan for speed management, and we can talk a little bit more about our progress and what the future holds for automated enforcement.
Same question really for the red light cameras. I see that for 2023, you're installing only 3, compared to 2017 to 2022, you installed 215. Why such a limited number for 2023? Again, these are revenue generators for the city, and probably for your department. You think you want to focus on that a little bit more?
Through the chair, well, so the revenue comes to the city, not to the division, just to be clear on that. The contract for red light cameras this year was to be an additional 150 installed. So council asked us to double the program, I think up to about 300 cameras total. And so we are finishing out the installation of that tranche, and we will have to go back out for another contract to expand the number.
Okay. And lastly, the school safety zone, I see that you're increasing to 80 from 429, which will bring up to 509 by the end of 2023. And I know, I mean, there's a lot more schools than 509. What would get us to the 100% of safety zones for all our schools in the city?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, there are 889 schools within the City of Toronto. 785 of them are public, and 104 of them are either private or French private. And we have completed 337 of them to date. We're continuing our target of 80 per year. So I think at this point that has us complete in 2025. We've had some challenges in some of the past years about being able to complete the 80 in 1 year because of the challenges with getting some of the equipment during the pandemic. We had challenges with materials and acquisition of those by our contractors, but those have now been resolved, so we're seeking to get that 80 target this year and continuing to roll them out.
Okay, that's great. And the last point I'll make, it's actually the last point, Vision Zero speed limit reduction. I know that you have 3,000 speed limit reductions so far for up to 2022, an additional 1,500 for 23. But are these driven by the councillor in each ward, or is that by your department?
Through the chair, so those are driven by the data, the speed data, and we certainly go through and talk with the councillors about where we plan to put those, but we are very specific on having that be a data-driven program on our Vision Zero information as opposed to a request-based program.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to road safety and specifically cycling. We heard that Toronto is safe comparatively, but I think, is it accurate to say that Toronto lags behind Vancouver and Montreal for cycling safety? Measured in the numbers of injuries and fatalities, I would say.
Through the chair, we don't actually have right in front of us the numbers for Vancouver and Montreal. Certainly, Montreal and Vancouver have extensive separated on-street cycling networks. We are certainly increasing our number of lane kilometers and continue to do so, and we have a pretty significant budget spend this year, and so we'll continue to add. Our 3-year plan, I think, is to have 100 kilometers added, which is the most we've ever done in a 3-year timeline.
Certainly the Pembina Institute, when it looked at this question, said that we were about 5 times not doing as well in terms of that. But I noticed that looking at the numbers for 2020, is it accurate to say that 24.4 kilometers of cycle tracks were installed in 2020? Yeah, yeah.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And then in 2022, that number really falls dramatically to 3.9 kilometers of cycle tracks. What's the budget for 2023, and how do we get back on track to where we were in 2020?
So I'll start and then hand it to Jacqueline. So the budget for 2023 is proposed at $30 million, $20 million in our on-street network and $10 million for the West Toronto Rail Path. And that is a pretty significant spend. I think the most we've spent in any one year on our cycling network enhancements. 2020 was an interesting year. We had the opportunity through the pandemic to put in a lot of active TO temporary cycling corridors, many of which we made permanent in future years, but that was one of the reasons why we had such a significant increase in 2020.
Sorry, what are the projected kilometers for 2023 then?
For 2023,
For 2023, we're expecting to build another 25 kilometers, and that's across the various types of cycling infrastructure. We are tracking at this point to be on track for our 100 kilometers over the 2022, 23, and 24 years, which was the target established by council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Nunziata, you had a question?
So, actually, just on that point about the cycling, I just thought of a question. I have other questions, but don't we try to coordinate some of these bike lanes and that when we know when the road's going to be resurfaced? So there's actually a savings when we do it because we do it all in one?
through the chair, that's
Rather than special, different contracts?
I mean, we build them in a variety of different ways, but our best opportunity to build separated cycling facilities and long-term permanent cycling facilities is through road reconstruction. You're absolutely right.
Right. And so we are coordinating that, you know, with all the departments, and that's part of Connectio, correct? My next question is, when it comes to traffic calming, so the process now is if residents on the street want speed humps, we tell them they need a petition, so they get a petition, we submit it into the city, and the city does an evaluation and reports. Then there's a poll that's sent out. Now that poll that's sent out, is that in your budget or the clerk's budget?
Through the chair, that's the clerk's.
The clerk's budget. So my question to you is, when we're talking about traffic calming in areas where there's schools, seniors, parks, so the warrants and the criteria for speed humps, when we get the report back from transportation, they check off it does not meet, does not meet, does not meet, and we don't recommend it. But, you know, you have a senior center, you have seniors in wheelchairs, you have a park. So, you know, and then we, as a councillor, need to put it through council and get its support. Are we going to change that warrant? Because if we're looking at traffic calming in school zones and senior zones and, you know, that shouldn't we change the warrants when we do come back with these reports? Because all the reports come back negative.
Through the chair, I just got briefed on this yesterday, so it's a very timely question.
New information?
New information.
Okay.
Our traffic calming program has been around for quite some time, and we've certainly made some modifications based on feedback. But as I've mentioned through other questions, traffic calming and speed humps in particular are really just one tool in the toolkit.
Right.
And so we know that there is sort of an uneven support of how we currently go about putting in speed humps. We definitely want to be able to evaluate that, but we're going to be coming back to council with a revised process this year, and looking to be quite specific about, you know, what is the role of the councillor in terms of knowing your ward as well as you do, and what you think will make the most impact. And also understanding what we know from Vision Zero and the data about what tools will be the most effective at slowing the speeds and getting people to cross the street most safely.
Okay. I just have one question, and I know I've asked you that. Okay, so when it comes to speed limits in areas that we put 30K on streets, can you tell me why that we put signage up saying 30K starts, and then you get to a stop sign, 30K ends, You cross the street, 30K starts, 30K, and you've got like 4 or 5 signs on one street. Like, I don't know.
Through the chair, Councillor, I'm very familiar with the situation you're describing, both in your ward and Councillor Perks, I saw you nodding. I know that many areas near where I take my daughter to hockey, it's in your ward as well. So this is something that's because the local road speed limit reductions are done on an area basis. That's the way they're articulated in the policy and in the bylaws. But we know that on the street, it's not very intuitive. So we are working on some alternatives, and then we need to check in with legal because it is conforming right now to the way the bylaws are written. But we're seeking a solution that's not the way it's currently signed on the street to address that concern.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for the questions. Steve, I think we're next.
All right, thank you. So the last briefing note from within Infrastructure and Development Services is briefing note number 17 from Waterfront Revitalization Initiative, entitled Projected 2022 Capital Budget Spend for All Waterfront Revitalization Initiative Projects and Potential Impacts of Capital Needs Constraints.
Questions? Seeing none, I think we're good. We can go on to the next.
Thank you. Next, we're moving over to Finance and Treasury Services. We have 3 briefing notes from the Financial Planning Division. Briefing note number 14 is contributions to and withdrawals from reserves and reserve funds. Briefing note 20 is comparison of social and community investments, 2014 compared to 2023 budgets. And briefing note number 26 is budget investments in the last 8 years.
Okay, outside councillors first. Councillor Carroll, Perks, and Sachs next. Councillor Carroll?
Oh, okay. I have a question on 14 and then one on 20. In 14, thank you for this one. I'm looking at the end of the day, 97.4% of what's in reserves is committed because we plan our capital 10 years at a time and then make timely adjustments as needed. The remaining balance of 290 million, I actually whipped out my calculator. That's 1.74% of our total operating budget. Should we have another emergency like COVID or even like the storm that we see coming? Is that an industry standard to have that basically? So our contingency is 1.7% of our usual spend. Is that a good reserve or should we be concerned?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, great question, and I think we've had several conversations about the health of the reserves. As you well know, throughout COVID, we have made a concerted effort to bump up the value of our reserves, and the council policy currently is 2% of tax revenues generated is what needs to be in the tax stabilization reserve. From that, there is no other policy governing or dictating how much is set aside. We, as I mentioned, have done a concerted effort to increase or bolster the amount of our reserves over the last few years, which has allowed us to weather the storms. And that is why I think the intergovernmental advocacy piece is so important, so that we can protect the reserves in the event that there are future emergencies in our future.
Right, thank you. Emergencies like a giant water main break at Yonge and King Street. Yes, or whatever. Okay, thank you. Moving to briefing note number 20, comparison of social and community investments. This is a great briefing note because it's a context I think we lose sight of from time to time. And so it really represents change. The one thing that I would be interested in seeing, though, and I hesitate to say it here, it looks like, in terms of comparison to the police budget, it doesn't look like it doesn't look like we separated out any provincial contributions in there for safe officers, did we? Or is this? It says net budgets, so is that with provincial money taken out?
Through the chair, yeah. So the comparison on the police is the net budget at 22%. I think I have the gross number, which I ran as well. For the briefing note, we stuck to the net. I believe it was 24% rather than 22.
Okay.
But I can confirm that with you.
So they're not, in terms of additional officers, they're not giving us a lot right now. That most of those programs have sort of, like since the 2005 officer money and stuff, most of that has sort of trailed back out. Okay, and then in the other budgets, again, you stuck to net, and I think that's helpful. And so I don't want to put you on the spot right here and now. But I think it would be interesting for us to see the gross, because we see our own investment has increased everywhere in huge amounts. The question is, are other orders of government keeping pace with us? So I'm wondering, I don't want to put you on the spot today, but if I were to ask those questions when we get to Special Budget Council, do you think you could quickly run down what the gross is, and therefore, you know, other orders of government have kept pace in a partnership or haven't in a partnership in these particular divisions?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, we can pull that together.
Okay, that'd be great. So I'll just take that as an undertaking that I'm going to ask that question there. I don't need you to create a whole new document. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Perks is next.
Thank you. When we had our first round of questions just after launch, there was a little bit of confusion about how much money is being put into the Mura program this year. And we got unclear answers, and frankly, trying to understand it all, I got a headache. I just want to confirm that now it's clarified, and we are going to be transferring $10 million out of the vacant home tax revenue to the capital revolving loan for affordable housing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, that's correct. And if you look at the appendix of the reserve fund briefing note, I think it's page 23, you will see it actually specifically labeled coming from the vacancy home tax, 10 million going into that reserve.
Okay. And given that there were a variety of different thoughts at the beginning, would you object to a motion that says the Budget Committee confirms that what's in that appendix is in fact their position?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, not at all.
And did you write one for me?
We may have talked about it offline, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs.
Yes, Ms. Taylor, looking at the reserves briefing note, you are, pages aren't numbered, but the capital plan assumes that we're going to get a big check from the provincial government, but we don't have such a check now, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, if you just want to qualify, you're referencing.
Sure, I'll be glad to. All right, so I'm looking at your briefing note. You say that the capital plan assumes, for example, full reimbursement of Bill 23 impacts from the provincial government. If we don't get that, then our reserves are going to be negative as early as next year, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
And what is the, what would be the impact on the City of Toronto if our credit rating is reduced?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the credit rating agencies decided to reduce our credit rating, the impact would be felt in our capital financing activities in the public market. Our risk profile would change, which would have a direct correlation with our interest rates that we would have to offer on our debentures. And it could also impact the type of investor that is interested in our instruments, as well as the volume of financing that we could go out to market with.
So money would cost us more?
Yes, that would be one of the implications.
And more of our budget would go to paying interest than it does now?
Assuming that there was a credit reduction, that is a likely scenario, yes.
And one of the things that credit rating agencies look for, as I understand it, is the long-term financial sustainability of the borrower, correct?
That's correct.
And the negative, the running down our state of good repair and running into negative reserves, that's an indication of a lack of long-term stability, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Councillor, not exactly. So the financial sustainability piece that the credit rating agencies look like are our ability to service our debt, as well as managing the overall risk of the city. And the state of good repair is a subjective perspective that they actually don't necessarily weigh in on when they review our 10-year capital plan.
Well, they may or may not review it, but it does, we do have evidence from several divisions now that deferring the state of good repair increases both the risk of failure and the total cost to the city of any particular part of our operations, correct?
That is correct, but however, the credit rating agencies are not making that a key element of their decision-making process.
At least not yet. But isn't it true, Ms. Taylor, that if we continue to run the city by borrowing from our capital budget, not repairing what we need to repair, our ability to support future debt is reduced because more and more of our money is going to these higher expenses, which we know we're going to incur when we defer maintenance? Isn't that a financial risk?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, I'm not going to I would say that it is a financial risk. However, the way the credit rating agencies look at financial sustainability for the city is really focused on our ability to service our debt. And as long as we demonstrate we have the ability to service our debt, we are protecting the risk profile that they are primarily looking at.
But in any event, it is clear from your briefing note that as a result of the impact of Bill 23 and the other things we've talked about, you're expecting the reserves for capital projects, especially those relating to growth, to be nearly $4 billion in the red within this decade, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Councillor, I just want to qualify one thing. So you are highlighting the concerns around Bill 23. The reason we have demonstrated the capital plan as fully funded was because of the late nature of the introduction of the legislation in November. We didn't have an ability to go and recast the 10-year capital plan. So our estimates right now are the 10-year capital plan will be impacted by $2.3 billion in lost revenues.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take it into committee. Are there questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Chang. We'll continue outside.
Through the chair, I'm just looking at Table 3, projected 10-year reserve balance. And I'm wondering for 2023, the balance there of $2 billion, is that based on an impact of Bill 23 or no impact yet because there's still a timeline for implementation?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Actually, 2023's capital plan has been built on cash we've already received. So there is no impact from Bill 23 on the 2023 capital plan.
So the number there, is that 100% of what is an ideal reserve for each of these departments?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Actually, not that it's an ideal amount in each of the reserves, but it is a reflection of what we're projecting to receive or have received in the reserves that is yet to be spent.
Is there an ideal amount that is different from $2 billion that we should know about?
I think from an ideal perspective, that's a very subjective question, and I don't think I'm in a position to answer that.
So I guess what I'm asking is there a benchmark of percentage of our budget? Because there was a 2% tax revenue that you mentioned earlier. Is there a percentage that can be assigned to this number for development charge reserves that would be an ideal that we should be working towards?
Through you, Mr. Chair, these development charges are in actual fact collected based on planned development in the city. And so these are really driven by how much growth is being planned for and how much has been committed to in contracts with developers. So it's not as if there's actually a certain amount that we're targeting, because this is really being driven by the growth
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm still learning how to read these numbers. And when I see these big red numbers as we move forward, it looks like the future is perilous. Is there a budget somewhere where we are then going to spend effort to figure out how we become a sustainable city?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, Table 3 is really an illustrative perspective. If Bill 23 unfolds the way the legislation indicated, as you well know, the ministry has reached out to the city to do an audit to ensure, the letter has said to ensure that there are no unintended consequences of Bill 23. So what this is really doing is saying if Bill 23 came in, we would be in a position where we can't afford the infrastructure that is required to service growth plans in advance of the actual piece. So it would mean that we would have to scale back on the growth plan for the city.
Would we scale back, or would we spend time, money, and effort finding other revenue streams to find a way to be sustainable? Because it is very worrisome to me that every year we're having to go and beg money from other levels of government, and that's a big number that we are going to be asking on an annual basis to make us whole with the gaps that are resulting from Bill 23. So when the Premier commits to our mayor that they will make us whole, is that a stable commitment that they will just fund this number so that we won't go red every year? Or does this mean every year we'll have to go back to the province and say, here is our red hole for this year, can you fill this gap?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, that's a political question. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll take it into committee. Committee members? Seeing none. Steve, we're on to the next.
Thank you. So the next, we have three briefing notes coming in from Revenue Services. Briefing note number 32 is Revenue Options. Briefing note 36 is Revenue Options, Municipal Sales Tax, and Municipal Income Tax. And item 41 is potential implementation of a commercial parking levy.
Okay, we'll go to outside councillors first. Councillor Carroll will begin.
Thank you. Mr. Conforti won't be surprised if I ask questions about sales tax. We're still quoting in here the KPMG report, but again, I whipped out my calculator, and I'm wondering if staff are keeping track of that number based on consumer spend. As I went back and forth with them at the time when that report came out. I found it surprising that Hemson said that if we had permission for it, that in 2007, Hemson was telling us that it would cost about $10 million to collect, and we would make $500 million. And flash forward about 15 years, almost 15 years, the most recent report from KPMG said it would cost $18 million to collect, and it would earn about $500 million. The consumer spend has gone up by, national consumer spending has gone up by a considerable amount in those years, which if we do the rough math on the percentage of Toronto as an income, you get much closer to $1 billion if we had a 1 cent sales tax. In a moderate income, $750 million. So what I'm wondering is whether or not there's any back of the napkin keeping track of that number and what it really should reflect by our own staff once we get a report from the outside consultant.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, that is not something that we have done detailed analysis on over the last few years. As you can appreciate, the focus has really been on our COVID piece. But Casey is here, and I know that there is some work that we do to monitor what we think could potentially be revenue, but it is a best guess. It is something that we would have to work with an external consultant to confirm. We did do some estimates during COVID to monitor what behavior change was during the pandemic and what it would look like through economic recovery. But it's not something that we're actually keeping a true tally on. It is something that, and I think we do mention it in the note, that this data is outdated and that we do need to work with an external party that has expertise in these areas to help us create better forecasts.
Okay. So I'm just wondering if I could ask, and this is where I think you can help us, Mr. Brandon, is in all of these tools, there are the two briefing notes. The one that talks about if we had an MST or a municipal income tax, and then the other, which is the tools that we do have permission for now. They all seem to have very similar implementation costs. So we have some that would cost 10 million to collect, and we'd get about 20 million, 18 million to collect a sales tax, and we'd have $500 million at a minimum. Is the issue, the issue is it technological collection of all of these things? Is it software spend?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and in response to that question, yes, each revenue program would have different operating and administrative costs.
Right.
Part of that is the technology that's required. Part of that is efficiencies that we can gain if there are already processes in place. The vehicle tax, for instance, was already being collected. They had a collection network for the collection of those taxes, so we were able to piggyback on that. So the cost that we would incur for any particular revenue option would reflect how easy it is and how much staff would be required, but a yardstick is that your administration costs should be 1% of your gross revenues. That's a sort of...
That would be an industry standard.
A well-administered program, yes.
Okay, and you just mentioned the vehicle registration task. That's one we have permission for. But it's unique in that there is a mirror program being collected by the province. So if we had to go back, if we were to reinstate that, we'd still have to go back and renegotiate with the province. Can you collect this for us along with your own? But we would likely get a yes there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is an interesting example because, in fact, the provincial network that collects vehicle registration taxes no longer exists because you don't have to register your plate anymore. You have to.
Oh my God.
You don't have to pay for it. So that collection network that I mentioned that existed previously does not exist now. So if we wanted to do that option, we would have to set that up ourselves.
So it's now similar to all the other tools we have permission for in that respect.
And there would be costs and staff and technology and
yes.
Counters, physical offices ready to collect that.
Okay, I almost want to start paying for my sticker again right now.
Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Brandon, first of all, in relation to your revenue option paper, you do indicate that the motor vehicle registration tax is the only one where we don't need a change in provincial regulation. You're quite right that the province still requires that vehicles be registered. So all we need from them is information as to who has vehicles in the City of Toronto. And then we could set up our own system, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct, Councillor Sachs. The province could supply us that information as to the motor vehicles that are registered within the City of Toronto. We would need their cooperation to do so, and there may be charges associated with that request.
Understood. Right. And we haven't formally requested that data yet, correct?
We have not.
Right. And if if we had a motor vehicle registration tax of $100 a year, which is less than people used to pay to the provincial registration, the net revenue potential in your briefing note is about $94 million a year, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that would be well more than enough to reverse the cuts to the TTC and allow us to start buying some new buses, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, in relation to the parking levy briefing note, and again, thank you for the parking levy briefing note, one of the most outstanding things about it is you don't give us any updated estimate of the revenue that could be collected. You repeat the number from 2016, but there's no updated estimate. Do you have, I understand that some such estimates were prepared, but they're not included in the briefing note. Can you provide them to us?
Yes, again, through you, Mr. Chair. The estimates that could be gained based on the understanding that we are estimating the number of parking spaces that are available to tax.
Yes.
Those numbers have not been validated. The estimates of what you could raise in terms of gross revenues is a straight multiplication, the square meters times a per meter rate. So anyone can generate those estimates themselves based on whether you're charging $1 a square meter or up to $25 per square meter. So those are gross revenues. They don't factor in administration costs. They don't factor in changes in behavior, but that kind of calculation is very straightforward if you're using old estimates of the number of parking spaces.
Well, my question was, Mr. Brandon, can you provide us with an updated estimate of the net revenue from a commercial parking levy in Toronto? There's no such estimate in your briefing note.
The estimates would again reflect all of the decision-making surrounding how a commercial parking levy would apply, whether it applied just to the downtown or across the city, whether it applied to paid or unpaid or both types of parking. There are a range of options that we're saying is council must make certain decisions before we can determine what a range of revenues will be.
Mr. Brandon, it was possible for KPMG to make an estimate in 2016. It must be possible for you to make an estimate as well, but if you need clarity, let's say all commercial parking spaces in the city, whether paid or unpaid, are you able to give us an estimate of what the net revenue would be?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'd like to have it, please. In terms of the change of behavior, certainly if there's a change of behavior away from driving and parking and towards taking transit or active transportation, that would be consistent with the city's air quality and climate objectives, correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
And the amount of money that was estimated by KPMG in 2016 was $500 million, if the maximum was $1.50 a day, correct?
I'm not sure on that.
Well, you say in your briefing note, they talk about $550 million a year at $1.50 a day. That's about 19 cents an hour for a parking spot that's used 8 hours a day, correct?
That's your last question?
I don't have that math in front of me, sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you. And Mr. Brennan, you've been very busy to get all this done, so thank you for the work that you have done to date. When the City of Toronto Act was amended to introduce potential taxes that the city could levy, we commissioned a study of them, the Hempson report. In that Hempson report, they reviewed parking taxes, and I have a series of questions about what they said. First, they distinguished between two types of parking taxes, one on the sale of parking and one on the land the parking lot sits on, and said we were not allowed to tax the sale, we were only allowed to tax the land. Is that correct? Because the province said we couldn't do sales taxes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I will throw this question over to legal to respond to, because it bears on what is a direct tax versus an indirect tax. So
Yes, in response to your question, sales tax are prohibited, and so a sales tax on parking would be prohibited.
So we would only be able to tax the land.
And a land tax for commercial parking would have to be structured so as to avoid being an indirect tax.
Right. And further, Hempson instructed us or informed us that if we treat it as a land tax that is not indirect, we would need someone to do the property value assessment, and that would likely be MPAC.
To come up with
The valuations. Yeah, the valuation. So if we're not taxing the parking itself, but rather the land the parking lot sits on, someone would have to generate.
Yes, if it was a portion of a parcel, then we would look to MPAC to tell us what portion of that parcel is devoted to parking versus building versus other.
So we would, in order to be able to do the legally viable parking lot tax, still have to rely on a provincial agency being willing to assist us.
That is a possibility. Again, it is how the tax is structured versus indirect taxation, whether it is just land or whether it is use of that land. You're levying an amount on the use of the land as opposed to the land itself. It's the use, not necessarily the land component. So it could simply be how much of your property is used for the purposes of parking.
And to complete the thought, to get that assessment of how much of the land is used for parking, we would have to rely on a provincial agency, namely MPAC.
If we had to go back to them and seek a value attributable to the parking portion, yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang?
Thank you very much, and thank you for everyone's patience. As a new person here, I have so much to learn, and I'm really appreciative of everyone's answers. I'm looking at the 8-year report of the budget investments, and I just want to go through, I guess, some comparisons. So with the SS Shelters and Homelessness Prevention and Support operating net budget, we've increased 152% between 2014 and 2023. What is the percentage of increase in homelessness that's happened in the city of Toronto over that time?
Council, I just want to remind, I think we've already moved on. You were talking about the previous item. We're on the revenue services.
Oh, I missed this one?
You did, yes. So I apologize, but we're already on, yes,
Okay,
revenue
okay.
services.
Okay, I will bring it to council.
Okay, thank you. I'll take it into committee. Any questions from committee members? Councilor Moise?
So just to go back to the vehicle registration tax revenue tool. You mentioned that the province no longer collects vehicle, I guess, taxes, or you call it vehicle license plates. But you've made assumption that the structure is no longer in place. I mean, the staff is there, and perhaps, I mean, they may not have the debit machines, I don't know, but they may have the structures in place still. So you may just, actually just saying to the province, this is what we're going to be doing. And yes, there may be a fee, but we don't know what that fee may be as well.
Correct. And through you, Mr. Chair, the infrastructure that the province developed, the Service Ontario locations where you could previously pay your license plate charges, they are still in place because Service Ontario is still operating and operating different services, but the entire structure around the collection and the billing for vehicle registration fees or license fees has been discontinued. So it may be there. We would have to go back to the province to see if they were still willing to provide that service for us through their existing Service Ontario locations or the private locations, and what fees would apply. So yes, the ask could be made.
Okay. And when we did have the vehicle registration tax way back when, did the province charge us a fee for that? Or was it just a piggyback?
No, we actually paid an amount to the province for providing that service.
Okay. And I guess through inflation and everything else, the cost may be different if we were to implement it again. But going to the parking levy, I'm happy Councillor Perks asked a few questions around that, so I don't really need to ask too much more about it. But it seems to me, looking at the parking spaces, you know, to me it seems a little deflated. For example, like large office buildings, there's a total of 1,420 parking spaces. I mean, just in the downtown core alone, I think that's at least 5,000 parking spaces. And that's, I'm being conservative in that. How did you come up with this number? And I know you said that it's per square footage of whatever, but it does seem a little low to me.
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, are you referring to?
Page 5.
Table on page 5.
Yeah.
This was meant to be illustrative of a typical property.
Oh, a property.
Talking about a single property. In the case of a large shopping center, that is one property. These are the amounts that would be payable under the parking levy at various rates. Same thing for a large office building. That's a single building that you're seeing in terms of what they would pay for the parking levy based on the number of spaces identified.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And so going back to the KPMG report back in 2016, and there were some estimations there about we could have collected up to almost $3 billion if we were implementing it back in 2018 to now. Looking at the numbers, I don't know if you have the full numbers of parking spaces in the city. How much money, if we were to implement this, let's say in 2024, how much money do you think we could have collected in 1 year?
Again, the amount of revenue to be collected is based on all of the decisions that council would make surrounding who pays the tax, who's exempt from the tax, what rate applies. So right now, we only have estimates of the number of parking spaces that need to be updated, and we have a range of potential rates that we could charge. None of this has been reported to council. None of it has been sort of analyzed to come up with what is a likely scenario. So at best, you can get a very broad picture of gross potential revenues based on the lower rate and the higher rate, and applying to all of the city or a portion of the city.
Okay. And if we were asked to perhaps look into it further, would the city do the analyze themselves, or would they contract it out to a third party, let's say KPMG, for example?
Yes, thank you for that question, because that would be also a decision. The biggest part of the exercise is developing the inventory to tell us where the parking spots are and who's got how many parking spots. So that could be entirely subcontracted to a consultant, a KPMG, a Hemson, any kind of agency like that, or it could be developed internally with internal staff resources. That's why you see a range in the potential estimates to implement a program.
Thank you so much for your response.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other committee members? Councillor Nunziata?
So there's also an administration fee, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, an administrative cost
Yeah.
of the program, yes.
Yeah, there is.
Yes.
So that's not, just like we charge for front yard parking, right? We charge them because it costs the city X number of dollars a year to administer the permit.
Yes,
Right?
yes. In
Okay.
that case, we would have to bill it, we would have to collect it, and have that structure in place.
Right. Now, in your briefing note, so impacts on post-pandemic efforts to boost the local economy as a parking levy on unpaid parking would likely be absorbed by businesses, and higher parking fees passed on to drivers may push consumers to other jurisdictions. So at the end of the day, the landlord that cost would probably be transferred to the consumer.
We would expect typically, yes, if the landlord was facing increased costs, they would attempt to pass that on.
So if you go shopping, grocery shopping, whatever, food costs will go up.
Yes, indirectly, yes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crisanti.
So just to pick up on where Councillor Nunziata left off, has there been any discussion or studies with local business on how a levy could impact their business, or not at this point? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, the idea is that we would study the impacts and potential impacts of a parking levy, who would be affected by it, how that could affect residents if they were forced to pay those costs. So yes, as part of a report back on a commercial parking levy, it would consider impacts and those who were impacted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Moyes. Another round? Okay, that'll be the will of, okay, well, first of all, let me ask I have a couple questions. I do have a few questions myself, so we'll take a vote after that. So just to clarify, on all of these revenue options, these revenue tools, none of them are available to us in 23 to look at balancing, investing in the budget. Is that correct? If we were to implement all of them, and I'll talk about the parking levy separate, but nothing now is available for us in the 2023 budget?
Through you to you. That is correct. There would be no revenue generation available to us in 2023.
And again, just repeating, we've had this conversation before. A number of them really actually need provincial support, and the likelihood of that happening, it could be a challenge. But when you look, and so I'm even looking at possibly 24. We may not on the parking levy. Your numbers are how old again? Based all the number, the $100 million to $500 million that we've been hearing for the last couple of weeks are based on how old are the numbers?
2016 and 2017, and we've updated where we could some of the figures, but yeah, most of them are based on 2016, 17 estimates.
So if council, and there'll probably be motion coming, to look at that, but when you're looking at timelines, for you to go through the work, whether you hire somebody third party to be able to look at that, to bring it back to council, to have a decision, to go into implementation, realistically, is this something that we could even look at, for the 24 budget, or is this something really maybe a little bit later in the 25 budget, if we're looking at going forward with something like a parking levy?
I think it depends on the option that is selected, but you're correct in that it would take 4 or 5 months to simply engage a consultant if we were using a consultant and prepare a report back to council. If we could then implement in 6 to 12 months following council's direction to do so, then yes, maybe 2024, likely 2025 in terms of revenues.
So again, this is well over 2 years away, and to suggest, because we heard a lot from the public, that just implement the parking levy and it'll take care of all of our concerns. And I just want to be clear that this is something years down the road, even if we decide to go for it as quickly as possible.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Just as clarification, I know that the chair has just asked questions about implementation and so on. An income tax for a municipality, we would have to get provincial approval or federal approval if that were to be something that we were to look at, or both?
Through you, Mr. Chair, likely both, because right now we're prohibited, so we would need a legislative change to the City of Toronto Act in order to enable the city to collect that tax. And I shouldn't speak out of turn. I should ask legal to chime in on this response. But yes, and if we were looking to the Canada Revenue Agency to do some collection, seek those efficiencies, then yes, that's two levels of government we would need to consult with.
Okay, legal?
Yes, the City of Toronto Act would have to be amended to allow the City of Toronto to impose an income tax. And I believe Casey's correct in terms of collection, because the province does use Canada Revenue Agency to collect income tax for it. So I would assume there would have to be some coordination with that as well.
Similarly for payroll tax, for example?
A payroll tax is also prohibited currently under CODA, yes.
Right, so the two levels of government prohibits us from having access to revenue opportunities where we are strained, need more revenues, and we can't ask for contribution from them. At the same time, our residents are saying we could implement some of these measures, which you're saying that we, first of all, would have to study them, would have to get permission in order to implement them, and that would also take time in order to do so. So effectively, for our budgets, we couldn't really affect any sort of change to the current conditions. So is that correct?
Yes, right now we are prohibited from levying those types of taxes. So we couldn't do anything unless the act was changed to permit us to do so.
Right, and so this report this budget, briefing note that's here is just to provide us with information as to possibilities, but those possibilities are far and remote at this moment with respect to the CODA agreement and the conditions that we would have in terms of getting the federal government to change their policy in order to allow municipalities to collect revenues through those mechanisms.
Council could direct
right
staff to seek or to communicate with both the federal and provincial levels of government seeking those changes.
But is that a staffing direction or is that a political direction, you think? Because, I mean, would staff in the federal government saying, yes, we approve that? Staff at the provincial level saying, yes, we concur, we agree?
I suspect it's much more of a political decision in terms of taxing authorities of municipalities.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Bravo has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, clearly, the sales tax is a fundamental solution that we need to make the city and all municipalities sustainable. I wanted to ask about, to follow up the questions of how quickly we could access funds. It's evident from what you said that it would take some time to get the commercial parking levy, but a system that we've already set up would be for the vacant homes tax. And is it then possible to start collecting, say, an increased vacant homes tax that's higher and more in line with what Vancouver is doing? Vancouver implemented its taxes, I understand it, at 3%, and it's now risen to 5%. We're at 1%, and the thing about this tax is that it tries to incentivize better behavior on the part of landlords and then meet our social goals. So is that something that clearly can't happen for this fiscal year, but it could happen in 2024, is that correct? If we made an increase to the vacant homes tax?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and if I understand your question correctly, we're no longer talking about a parking levy, we're talking about the vacant home tax?
Yes.
Yes, the vacant home tax is set at a rate if your property is vacant. Council, in setting that rate, could revisit their decision as to what rate should apply in a subsequent year. So similar to Vancouver, which started at 1% and has increased in the years afterward, Council could make the same decision here in Toronto.
And given the financial situation we find ourselves in Toronto and the housing crisis, is it imprudent or is it possible to actually look at bringing in a 3% tax, vacant homes tax for next year, if we follow the same trajectory as Vancouver, from 1 to 3?
If I may, I think the idea is that we would first determine how many vacant homes are out there, and if we need to further encourage landlords and holders of vacant units, make them available, then yes, you would do that by increasing the rate, because if you're really serious about keeping that place vacant, then you will have to pay whatever rate is applied to keep it vacant. But I think that decision would come after the first year of operation to actually understand how many vacant homes there are.
Okay. But you're currently making an assessment of how many vacant homes there are, and there's a 1% tax on vacant homes. That's happening in this fiscal year, correct?
Yes, based on an estimate of what Vancouver experienced in terms of the number of homes that may be vacant.
And if the behavior persists, then we would need in this year to set direction for a 3% next year, to proactively anticipate that there might be some landlords or landowners, owners of housing units that continue to leave those units vacant.
Yes, on the understanding that a rate applies generally for the calendar year. So a calendar year, 1% this year applies to calendar year 2022. So if council wanted to consider something different for 2023, it can do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, there's been a ask to have a second round. Is this something that the committee would be willing to do? Okay, it sounds as if now, again, we're almost ready for recess for lunch, so we'll see how far we can get. Outside councilors, Councillor Perks, you had more questions.
Thank you. While the City of Toronto Act does not give permission for the City of Toronto to collect a sales tax, it would be entirely legal for the province of Ontario to follow the leads of Manitoba and Saskatchewan and just create a revenue sharing arrangement where we're not the one collecting the tax, but they give us a point.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay. And at various times, also, the province of Quebec has had revenue sharing with Montreal for their transit system, right?
If you say so.
Oh, okay. Thank you. But the key point is that doesn't require a legislative amendment. I guess that was my question. Thank you.
Councillor Moise? Hold on. Councillor Cheng, again, we got 10 minutes. I'm trying to get through these questions so you don't have to keep staff for after lunch.
Really quick question. How does Niagara Falls, how are they allowed to have an extra tax? I don't know if you know this. Is it just hotels or is it applied to? Oh, okay. That's it. That's it.
Councillor Moise?
I'll be quick. So, we've been talking about Toronto's climate action plan. We've talked about Vision Zero. We haven't talked about transit yet to an extent. But if you look at the commercial parking levy, for example, though, it's all encompassing in my mind. But when it comes to commercial parking levy, world-class cities like Montreal and Vancouver, New York, Chicago, they all have some form of commercial parking levy, and it's been quite successful. And they've reached their targeted goal as to how much money they want to collect. And it hasn't impacted their businesses the research I've looked at, it hasn't impacted businesses at all in a negative way. So why, based on the comments that you've made to Councillor Nunziata, why do you feel that this would be difficult for us to implement here, or they would actually move that to the consumer in some way?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this question. I think the purpose of the tax, yes, is to generate revenues. You would have to do an assessment and analysis of who is paying that tax initially, who gets billed for it, and who actually pays, the dollar out of their wallet to pay for that tax. This is a tax that applies to business properties, and business properties have a strong lobby. We will hear from the business community as to what they think of the commercial parking tax. While we are trying to reduce property taxes overall for businesses in Toronto to keep them competitive, this is a direct tax on business. So these are some of the implications that we're saying a report back to council on this after consultation with stakeholders will tell us whether it's a good idea to implement the tax and whether you go at the high end of the range or the low end of the range or somewhere in the middle. These are the decisions that need to be made. These are the decisions that we will be reporting back to council if we're directed to do so, to say all of these things need to be considered before you would make a decision to implement the tax.
Okay. No, it's lunchtime, so I will keep it short.
Councilor Nunziata.
Just one fast question. So I guess the difference would be, talk about the businesses, is that since the pandemic, a lot of the businesses have gone bankrupt. They're closed, right? And so we're losing a lot of revenue as well from business licenses because a lot of them have gone bankrupt. So that's a loss in revenue. So implementing the levy would have more businesses closing. My next question is, my next question.
Don't you agree?
Do you agree?
There you go.
Do you agree?
The answer is yes, he agrees.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Just one fast last question. I don't know if it's for you or for, so I know that we get revenue from the province annually on the revenue from their gaming and casinos. So do you know if that revenue has increased at all, or what the total amount is that we do get?
I would refer that question to Mr. Conforti.
Thank you. Through the chair, so we do budget within our non-program accounts, our casino woodbine revenues. The revenues did take a dip over the course as a result of the pandemic. In 2022, we collected, or we're expecting to collect, about 22 million. This year's budget is assuming 35 million.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's 25 after. I think we will recess now. We are in recess. Love the power of the gavel. It's great. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We're about to begin. You had lunch? Okay, you had lunch. Okay, sounds good. Anyway, can I have everybody's attention, please? We're about to begin. Okay, thank you. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We are now starting, going back from where we left off on corporate services. Steve, you're about to introduce the briefing notes on corporate services.
Yes, thank you. So within corporate services, we'll start with corporate real estate management. There are two briefing notes. Briefing note number 30 is additional expected long-term costs resulting from pushing back emissions, reducing programs in city buildings. And briefing note number 31 is cost escalation and supply chain impacts on the corporate real estate management SOGR backlog.
Okay, questions on those two? Councillor Sachs.
Yes, so thank you. In relation to briefing note 30, and thank you for the briefing note, I take it that this briefing note includes some direct financial costs to the city, but it doesn't include any amount for the health consequences of continuing fossil fuel consumption in the city over this longer period of time, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Sachs, that is correct.
And we also didn't include any amount for the additional climate damage that comes from prolonging fossil fuel combustion in the City of Toronto, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take it into committee. Seeing no questions, we move on.
Thank you. Briefing note number 42 is from Fleet Services, entitled "The Potential Savings from Reducing Idling in the City's Fleet and Possible Measures to Address It."
Questions? Councillor Sachs again.
Yes, I'll do this for Councillor Fletcher, who I'm sure intended to be here. So I take it then from this briefing note that the city is now spending about $500,000 every year in wasted fuel while city vehicles are unnecessarily idling. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's our best estimate.
Right. And in addition to wasting city money, having vehicles idle also causes local air pollution, including toxic air contaminants, correct?
I would expect so, yes.
And the quicker we can reduce this idling, the better for the health of the people in the city, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And as we detailed in the briefing note, the city is, for the last several years, has undertaken efforts to reduce idling in the fleet.
Yeah. And the briefing note puts a lot of emphasis on technology to prevent city employees from idling. How much effort are you putting into persuading city employees not to idle so that we can get down both the pollution and the cost?
As we detailed in the briefing note, there's expensive efforts put in on an annual basis through training of city operators of fleet assets to influence their behavior to reduce idling of vehicles.
Right. And have you considered inviting members of the public to help you by taking photographs of city vehicles that are idling and sending them in? And who would we send them into?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that happens as normal course, and those come through my office.
Okay, so I should encourage the people in my ward to take pictures of idling city vehicles and send them to you?
That is the current process, yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. If you want to give us a specific email address to send them to, we will encourage people to do so. Did you look at the City of New York's citizen air complaint process, whereby they encourage members of the public to take videos of idling vehicles and share the fine with them? Have you evaluated that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are aware of that campaign in New York City.
And did you evaluate applying that to the City of Toronto?
Not specifically, no.
Now, in addition to the $500,000 and the pollution that's coming from idling of city vehicles, there's also an extensive problem with idling of privately owned vehicles. Isn't that so?
I don't think I'm the right person to answer that question.
All right.
I expect we do have issues with idling in the city. We do have a bylaw that provides for the city's ability to enforce those who are idling over 3 minutes, I believe.
Right, and is the city engaging with other major fleet operators in the city to get idling reduced?
Yes, we are. As recent as yesterday, we have a steering committee meeting which is comprised of the emergency services and of the TTC, and we discussed this at the meeting yesterday.
Okay, but that's city-owned assets. What about the private sector?
Through the chair, we have an outstanding report back to council on looking at idling in the city. That work is underway. As part of our report, our annual report coming up on Transform TO, we'll be identifying the time when we'll report back on that, and those are some of the things we'll be looking at, including some of the other aspects you've raised, such as the work happening in New York City.
Thank you. So will that report include an evaluation of having a citizen enforcement mechanism in Toronto to stop idling?
I anticipate that the report will look at different opportunities to support reducing idling in the city and different enforcement opportunities, but I won't speculate at any recommendation that will be in the report.
Thank you. Finally, as a result of the measures that you've taken to date in terms of city-owned vehicles, how much reduction has occurred over the last 5 years in idling of city-owned vehicles?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not able to answer that question. As we detailed in the briefing note, by enabling the fleet with telematics devices, we've been able to track idling times and the cost associated with. Based on fuel usage over the last 5 years, we have a significant reduction year over year for the last 5 years, even accounting for the impact of COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll take it into committee. Questions on the fleet? Councillor Nunziata.
Just one question. In your report, it said some idling is necessary. So part of that, does that include TTC buses?
So this briefing note, the scope of this briefing note only includes the city-managed fleet, so it does not include the TTC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no questions, we're on to the next.
Thank you. So moving on, briefing note number 39 from Technology Services on Technology Services staffing levels.
Questions? Okay, next.
Briefing note number 29 from 311 Toronto on Customer Experience Division.
Questions? Seeing none, going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, next.
We're moving over now to the agencies. We'll begin with briefing note 19 for the Toronto Public Library on TPL, staffing, recruitment, and retention. As well, we have briefing note 9 from Association of Community Centers on the 519 new and enhanced funding request, and briefing note 40 from the Parking Authority on the Bike Share Toronto program.
Questions on these 3 briefing notes? Seeing Councillor Thompson, do you have a question?
I don't have a question, but I do have a thank you.
Okay, well then let's... And
to the folks...
Pose it in a question and it'll be...
Posing a question. Mr. Chair, thank you so much, but are you aware that I actually received a very complimentary response to my question, which was to see how the bike share program is expanding out into the suburban areas, specifically in my ward in Thompson Park. And staff has actually indicated that we'll be seeing a temporary bike share program set up prior to the more long-term sustained bike share that will be in all 25 wards. Were you aware, Mr. Chair, that we will be getting a temporary bike share program at Thompson Park, through you to staff. And I want to thank the staff. You don't have to answer.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, we'll move on. Oh, so. Oh, okay. We'll say thank you collectively to Bike Share across the city. Thank you. Okay, Steve.
All right, great. So moving forward, we have two briefing notes from the Toronto Transit Commission. Briefing note 34 is the impact of free transit for seniors, and briefing note 35 is Toronto Transit Commission investments in service, accessibility, affordability, and safety.
We'll start with Councillor Sachs and go to Perks after.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the evaluation of the cost of free transit for seniors. I certainly concur with the recommendation that it makes more sense to put the money in Fair Pass. But is the estimate of the cost of providing free transit for seniors a reasonable approximation of what it would cost to provide free transit for youth?
So through the chair, yes, it's very similar. If we looked at the 2023 ridership levels, youth, which represents about 10%, would be about $71 million of lost revenue. Pre-pandemic, it'd be about $86 million.
And did you at any point evaluate the cost for Toronto of adopting the pilot in Kingston, where they provide high school students with free transit and all the many benefits that that has had?
So through the chair, no, we have not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks.
Hi, this is on briefing note 35. Mr. Haskell, on January 13th in front of this committee, you said you'd have a list of draft service changes for the March period for us in about a week. And I'm just wondering where that is.
Through the chair, the draft list was finalized yesterday and will be released very shortly.
So you have a list now?
It's almost finished and it will be released very shortly, yes.
So we don't have it for this committee, which is determining your budget?
Correct. We'll have it very shortly, probably this afternoon or tomorrow.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other? I'll take it into committee. Questions? Okay. Moving on.
All right, thank you. Next three briefing notes are from the Toronto Police Service. We have briefing note 18, which is police officer per capita comparison to other jurisdictions. Briefing note 22, which is building a respectful and inclusive workplace. And briefing note 25, implementation of Safe TO in 2023.
Okay, sorry about that. Questions? Outside councillors on the Toronto Police Services briefing notes? Take it into committee. Councillor Bravo.
I have a couple of questions. First question is, one of the key actions identified in the briefing note is that Toronto Police Service support the city's community crisis response program. I just wanted to know, how much financially does TPS contribute to this program?
Through the chair, perhaps I can answer that. Right now, the Toronto Community Crisis Service, the 13.7 million for this year is funded through the tax base.
Okay, so there's no redirection from TPS.
No.
Some 911 calls are being diverted successfully that were previously answered by police officers. Now they're being handled by the Community Crisis Response Program. I wanted to know, are the savings being tracked by TPS? Can we quantify what they are? Can anyone answer that?
Good afternoon, through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure you guys can hear the TPS team and see us.
Yes, thank you. We can hear you and we can see you.
Okay. In terms of, so the Toronto Crisis Support Program, there's two components to it. There's the There's the pilot through the city, but there's also the pilot through the Gerstein Crisis Center. The investment we're making in the Gerstein Crisis Center is about 1.5 million since 2020 or 2021. Of the calls that have been diverted, we don't capture them exactly as savings. They are considered cost avoidance, so calls we potentially don't have to necessarily go to, but they wouldn't be captured as direct savings.
In future, would you be willing, or are you planning to make a quantification of that? I speak to that because I know that in the changes to policing in Toronto report adopted by council in June of 2020, there was a commitment to tracking the savings from diversion and reinvesting into other areas. So I just...
Yes, they do. They do help us create capacity, and we are committed to continuing to track the volume and the amount of capacity that will in turn create. The other area where we will see kind of quantifiable, measurable input is really in our response time. So if we're not going to these calls, it does allow us then to go to higher priority calls.
That's great, thank you, because although we were cautioned about referring to the Auditor General's report, my understanding of the report is that there are a number of calls being made for things like landlord and tenant disputes and noise complaints that are adding to the queue and build up 911 delays. You know, the conservative estimate was that the police force could save an estimated 85,000 staff hours over a 5-year period. And I just wanted to know, what are the performance measures and implementation tracking of specific actions arising from the Auditor General's report, if any?
Through the chair, so with respect to the implementation plan, we do have a strategy working with the city manager's office for the implementation of the 51 recommendations from the city auditor.
Okay, so it would be very useful in the future to track how many staff hours are being avoided or saved from not responding to those 911 calls so that we can reduce 911 wait times. My final question is in relation to some of the City of Toronto commitments that have been made over the years. I'm thinking about how in 2019, the medical officer of health reported to the Board of Health about the root causes of community violence. Then there was the adopting and addressing anti-Black racism as a public health crisis by council, the Toronto Reconciliation Action Plan, and the changes to policing in Toronto, which was adopted in June of 2020. Council made a commitment that its first funding priority for future budgets is centered on a robust system of social supports and services, including ongoing investments in Indigenous, Black, and marginalized communities with rigorous accountability mechanisms to measure performance. I'm wondering where those performance indicators are, how they're being tracked, what progress has been made, and if in any way this proposed increased funding allocation will be tied to the measurable progress.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to confirm, is that the city's efforts or Toronto Police's efforts?
That's a good question. How are they different? Because this report adopted by council of June of 2020 was changes to policing in Toronto. So this is a good point that you raise, that in fact it was the city's commitment to fund, to make these budget funding priorities. And so if you don't have comment, that's okay, because I realize that this is city direction that this report is citing.
That is your last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none from committee. Oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on the number 22, I guess this is through to you, to the police. It talks about training, and it talks about the mandatory training on gender diverse and trans inclusive policy that's on the way. I wonder if someone can explain exactly what that means, what's that training that's taking place, and how is that different from perhaps other policing agencies in Canada and perhaps elsewhere in terms of the type of diverse and trans training and policies that are ongoing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the Gender Diverse Trans Inclusion Training Program is one of the first in police sector-wide. In fact, we will be presenting even in Australia about this program. It was considered mandatory. It's 2 online modules, and the modules cover everything around the language to use, how to handle these topics when you are interfacing with members of the public. It talks about dignity and respect, practices, policies that have been updated internally, and procedures in terms of what happens in the division. And so this is kind of leading sector work that now is going to be presented, and internationally, and also other services are looking at the modules themselves and the training for adoption sector-wide.
Thank you very much for that. Can you also, because I just need to understand this a little bit broadly, a little bit more broadly, you talk about the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, I guess, within the professional standards, and also equity and inclusion and so on, and it relates to the Deloitte report. Can you explain exactly how these, what you're doing there, and the obviously the goals and objective, we understand that, but how are you getting to the root of these issues in terms of dealing with disputes and issues relating to professional standards?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, the Deloitte report was really a comprehensive report on workplace culture, and it captured a number of recommendations. HR programming is a big area, data and analytics, communications, in particular, highlighting civilian input, looking at things like 360s and having honest assessments of leadership capability. And then there was a particular focus around how investigations and complaints are handled, including considering whether some of these need to be handled through a third party or have kind of an independent body participate in the investigations. Another aspect of kind of that investigations and complaint reform included taking a more workplace and trauma-informed approach to it. And so in that regard, we, through the Human Resource Command, in our Equity, Inclusion, and Human Rights unit, we have hired civilian specialized workplace dispute resolution experts. And so their services range from being kind of that early intervention piece around motivational coaching and settling kind of teaming issues, that type of thing, but they also take on escalated investigations of harassment and that type of thing. And so that is a novel approach we're taking. The other area where this is evolving is we have started a province sort of cross police sector working group to tackle workplace harassment sector-wide. And one of the topics in the working group, one of the areas they're looking at is the investigations process itself.
Thank you very much. I want just my final question to you. It really, I want to address the issue around transparency and sort of race and just say sort of bias-free issues around your interviewing process and questions that are asked of new applicants and so on. You talk about putting in place a bias-free requirement to promote a more healthy workplace and so on, inclusion and diversity. How are you implementing these sort of measures, and what is different or what will be different from the procedural standards that are currently in use? What will we see in the future years that will show that there's a major and marked difference in terms of that process?
So through you, Mr. Chair, this is work that we've undertaken over the last couple years. One example is looking at the makeup of just the recruitment team itself, making sure it's diverse, making sure it has relevant current skill set. We've also examined the interview questions, not just the questions, but who asks the questions, and how is that decision-making happening in terms of what's suitability, what's a suitable cadet and not. So as opposed to having one individual make that decision, we've taken a panel-based approach. So we have a panel made up of the equity, inclusion, human rights, a representative from that unit, from the college, from the field, as well as talent acquisition, so that a more holistic conversation happens about a candidate. The other thing we've done is if someone meets the minimums but is deemed not suitable, that goes through multiple levels of review to make sure that there are not any unintended barriers or consequences as a result of a background check and so on. One of the pieces we're just putting in place this year is this idea of feedback. So one of the inputs that we received is that candidates get told that they're suitable to join, or they're not, their candidacy was declined, but aren't given feedback on what to do or the reasons for it. And so we are introducing a feedback mechanism. The other area that we've certainly spent some time on is attracting more women to the profession. So we have dedicated prep test sessions specific for women, and this idea of partnering candidates up with people to build the relationships. If they're not ready up front, we will work with them to become ready.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So page 2 of the report that speaks to the number of officers per 100,000. So last year, the number decreased to 161 to 100,000 people in our city. Is that correct? Did I read this correctly?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes? Yes.
So, and there's comparisons made to other major cities in Canada, Vancouver and Montreal, just to name a couple. To achieve these numbers, what type of investment would it take to at least bring our city in equal standing to that type of support in our city as Vancouver and Montreal have?
Through you, Mr. Chair, depending on the jurisdiction we're talking about, so if it's Canadian, to match sort of the COP to POP ratio for Vancouver or Montreal, we would be looking at anywhere from 110 to 180 million annually.
Annually, and then there
And
are...
if we're comparing to U.S. annually, yes, and if, obviously, it would be considerably more if we're comparing to UK or our U.S. counterparts.
And then you point out there are also the one-time costs and ongoing costs that need to be budgeted every year.
Yes, there are, that's just the annual kind of salary component. There are one-time costs of about 53K per officer. And one-time cost of about 100K, which is, all of your recruitment efforts, outfitting, and so on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, just a couple of questions. So since 2014, what has been the increase in the police budget? And is that below or above the rate of inflation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's been about 20%, and it is each increase year over year is at or below the rate of inflation. Whether you take that cumulatively or even in any individual year, cumulatively we are below the rate of inflation. In any individual year, we at most might be close to it. but the cumulative effort is we are well below the rate of inflation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just in the last 2 years to 3 years, what is the total retirement? Do you know?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so on the sworn side, we lose on average 200 to 250 a year. This year, we lost 280, in part due to kind of pent-up demand over the pandemic. But the average is anywhere between 200 and 250 a year. On the civilian side, add another 100 to that.
Okay, so now with the Epstein report that the Police Services Board adopted, so the request was to increase, for us to increase our budget to have more staffing. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that one of the recommendations for the Epstein report, there are 151, but there was an ask in the report for additional staffing towards major case management, crime indexers, just overall dedicated effort around how we do missing persons investigations.
Okay, so part of the budget this year is part of that report. And then also the Auditor General recommendations. So, I mean, there are people that are saying that homicides have gone down, but can you tell me, as far as the violent crimes that we see in the city, and just recently in the last 2 or 3 weeks, the number of crimes we're having, you know, downtown and TTC, what would be the increase of the violent crimes? So yes, the homicides may have gone down slightly, but the increase in violent crimes that we're seeing daily, what would the increase of that be? Where the community doesn't feel safe?
So even through you, Mr. Chair, specifically, even in the last few months, the year-over-year increase in crimes such as assault, as an example, is up 9%. Auto theft is up 48%, break and enter is up 8%, and robbery is up 5%. That's just in the last few months, but even if you extrapolate that as a full year to full year view, our major crime indicators are all mostly up.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, the number of homicides that we've had, and they're all gang-related, so basically it's the gang members that are killing each other, shooting each other, right? Or you may have one of the drive-by shootings where an innocent child gets shot, but it's usually gang members killing each other, correct?
Through the chair, that's the majority of cases. That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, and then we have some innocent people that are shot when we have the drive-by shootings. Okay, I think that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyse.
Thank you, through the chair. Looking at the briefing notes here, it states that you provide mandatory training on gender diverse and trans inclusive policing, and you'll be complete your training by 2023. Is that a one-time thing, or is that an ongoing training?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the mandatory component, and the reason those dates are in place is to catch all of the current members at the Toronto Police Service. And then after that, there is an ongoing component for new members as well as refresher concepts through the annual recertification that our members take.
And my second question is that there's an increase in the police budget, yes, for X amount of officers. Are there any trans officers in the police service? Or is there opportunity for recruitment of trans officers in the police service?
We do We do. I wouldn't have the self-identified information readily available. We do, and we are very inclusive and welcome kind of all genders and diverse membership. But in terms of self-identifying from a reporting standpoint, I wouldn't have that information readily available.
Okay, well, I think it's important to have that information. It's one thing to welcome people, but we have to make space for them as well, and to retain them. Looking at, trying to find my place here. In regards to reporting by the public, I've lost my page. Complaints and investigations. So you've put into, there's a pilot program in place in regards to complaints and disputes. And I know Councilor Thompson had asked a question about that. But do you make space for trans and gay, the gay community, the queer community, in regards to the complaints process you have here? Okay. It's one thing to actually have these things in place by certain groups, but if it's not inclusive, some who may be affected by these complaints may not want to participate. Do you agree?
Through the chair, we do have an internal support network, Councillor, as well as the Chiefs Consultative Committee that is there for support for members internally and external.
How do you measure that?
Sorry?
How do you measure the success of that? Is it effective?
Well, some complainants may identify, some not. I don't believe we capture the specific metrics on, how many gay or transgendered complainants we have. I'm pretty sure we don't capture that.
Okay, well, you should, quite frankly, and I hope, again, it's a pilot project, and I hope that there's room for improvement. And if you'd like my input, I'm happy to provide it to you at some point. But I'm happy to meet with you to discuss further.
I mean, we work hard to make sure that it's inclusive, but again, some of this would be up to the individual complainant officer to be able to identify or bring that forward. It would be presumptive on the part of the investigator to assume that's
okay. This requires a further conversation, but I'm happy to meet with you to discuss further. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I think we're ready for the next section.
All right. So moving over. So we are now done with all of the briefing notes that were requested for the meeting of January 24th. If we move to page 5 of the wrap-up notes, what we have here are 8 briefing notes that were made available at time of budget launch. So we have a briefing note number 3 from SDF&A on Toronto Poverty Reduction Strategy, briefing note number 2, 4, 7, and 8 from the Financial Planning Division on parking tags enforcement and operations, 2023 service levels for tax and rate supported programs, the State of Good Repair backlog, user fee changes included in the 2023 budget. From Corporate Services, we have briefing note number 5, Environment and Climate on greenhouse gas reduction and climate resilience investment summary. Briefing note 6 from People and Equity, equity impacts of changes in the 2023 tabled operating budget. And briefing note number 1 from Toronto Water on the basement flooding protection program. Again, these were available as we were going through program reviews, but just providing another opportunity now for review.
Okay, one more opportunity on any questions on any of these briefing notes. Seeing none, okay.
All right, thank you. So moving over to section 3. So what we have here are supplementary reports. Report 3.1A to 3.1D are the budget requests submitted from our accountability offices. So I'll pause there if there's any questions. Again, these are all consistent with the tabled budget that's in front of you today.
Accountability officers, any questions on those reports? Oh, Councillor Perks.
Sorry, I was just wondering, when the original report came to council on the creation of a housing commissioner, the recommendation was that there be a report to council on where that position should be housed. And yet, if I'm reading this correctly, there's money allocated in the ombudsman's budget for that office to be housed there. When was the policy decision that that's where it would go taken?
So through the chair, perhaps I'll answer it. Paul Johnson, I'm here remotely today. The report back on the Housing Commissioner report did come to council, and that report had a series of recommendations which saw the creation of an advisory committee and also the request that the ombudsman look at creating a deputy ombudsman position that would handle some of these requests. So that was in the council report. We are still working to report back on the nature of those recommendations, but the recommendations in response to the request from council came at the tail end of the last term.
I hate to correct you, Mr. Johnson, but the actual recommendation in the report you're talking about was that there be a further report prior to this budget about where that should be housed. This is after Ms. Crean had done her work. There's narrative in the report about her view that the Ombudsman's office would be correct, but the recommendation council voted on was that there would be a further report prior to that office being housed. When are we going to get that report?
So that report is, through the chair, is still due to come back. So the decision was made that provisionally some resources be placed should the recommendation move forward around the Ombudsman office. However, if there's a different decision made by council, then that money would be reallocated where it needs to be.
Okay, so if I'm understanding properly then that the budget we have in front of us for the Ombudsman, for the Housing Commissioner being located there is notional, and it's still at council's discretion whether it sits there or whether it moves to an independent office or somewhere else, and that there's a report coming that will lay that out for us.
Through the chair, you are due that report, and you would have the ability to agree or change where that is. So yes, but we did feel it was important to notionally allocate it to in that way, and that was on the advice of the Ombudsman as well.
Thank you. That's most helpful to know that it's only notional at this point.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions. Next, Steve.
Thank you. So the next items are BU 3.1E to 3.1I. These are letters from the various boards. We have one from the Toronto Police Services Board on their budget request, one from the Toronto Transit Commission, and then the last is from the Toronto Public Health. In all cases, the requests are consistent with the staff tabled budget, with the one exception being Public Health, where our budget does reflect updates in carry forward amounts on the capital program, increasing the level of capital funding, as well as an additional federal funding element included in the budget as well.
Thank you. Any questions just on these supplementary transmittals? The sort of standard that we get every year. Okay. Next.
Okay, and the last item that we have in the wrap-up notes is BU 3.1J. This is a report from the city manager and the chief financial officer and treasurer, which includes budgets in which the mayor has declared an interest. And there's a recommendation here to Budget Committee to make recommendations to City Council on the budgets in which the mayor has declared an interest. The numbers in front of you are consistent with the tabled budget.
Questions? Seeing none. Okay, members, that is it. Those are the questions. We are now ready to go into speaking. And then again, just typical normal speaking, any motions will go outside councilors, inside councilors, and the regular routine and process. So I'll begin with Councillor Perks as an outside councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chief. I'd like to do three things. First is, even though I'm not moving the motion, there's a motion I've asked Councillor Bravo to move on my behalf, and that is the one that you heard me discuss with Ms. Taylor, which is just to ask the Budget Committee to confirm its support for the MURA allocation as is listed in the reserve accounts briefing note. The second thing that I'd like to do is make a note about the process. When I was drafting that motion, it was suggested to me that the correct form was to write it as a request of the mayor, and that would be the correct form of all motions at the Budget Committee. I just want to say how odd it is. Here we are in a room with pretty much the entire brain trust of the Toronto Public Service and the public service that supports the various agencies in the City of Toronto. We've been through a process of deputations in front of this group that included hundreds of Torontonians. We've been through a process where the elected members of council have been able to ask questions of staff, and we're effectively being told this body makes no decisions, makes no recommendations. It can merely make requests. That is a fundamental loss of democracy in our city. It's a fundamental loss of transparency in our city. And frankly, it's quite an insult to every member of the public who took the time to be here or watch these proceedings. It's a diminution of the role of the Toronto City Councillor. And frankly, I think it's both an insult and a diminution of the Toronto Public Service. I just wanted to say that. The third thing that I wanted to do is to talk about how the budget to date, and here I'm relying mostly on what the mayor has said in press conferences, because evidently this is all just sort of advisory that we've been doing for the last couple of weeks. The budget to date is fundamentally not the budget that Torontonians want to see. It is not the budget that will create the city Torontonians want to live in. We have heard over and over and over again that you can't cut services and ask people to pay more. That applies to the Toronto Transit Commission, and it applies to a number of the services where there are user fees. And I think it applies generally. We're asking for a property tax increase, and throughout this budget, we're seeing divisions coming in below inflation. We're seeing maintenance being deferred. We're seeing a budget that basically watches Toronto slowly crumble. We have also heard tremendous social conflict about the overwhelming allocation to the Toronto Police Service. And I want to remind everybody, it's $68 million for a 5.5% increase. Compared to $1 million or $500,000, depending on how you count it, for the new Community Crisis Service. We're seeing an increase in the number of security guards on the Transit Commission. We have security guards going into our parks. We're sending out streets to home staff onto the TTC who will have nowhere to send anybody. Streets to I don't know where. Torontonians understand that if you want a safe city, you build public services. This budget does not do this. We also have debated over the course of my time here four separate climate plans. None of the first three was ever realized, and the current one, we heard, for example, from the TTC that the necessary vehicles and bus garages to help us achieve that plan are simply not budgeted for. We face multiple crises as a city: our crumbling infrastructure, the social divisions, the increase in violence at the same time as services are declining, and a changing climate. And this budget does not address any of those in a meaningful way, and it can be argued goes backwards on several. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Any other outside councillors want to speak? Councillor Sachs?
I want to echo Councillor Perks and also pointed out, as you pointed out, Mr. Chair, the city, it would take time and a lot of effort to create new taxes for the City of Toronto, but we do have the ability to set the rates of the taxes that we impose now, and the rates that we're setting don't meet the current needs of the city. So that is something also that we have to take responsibility for and should be considering setting a tax rate that allows us to meet the needs of the city. If we want a safe city, and I think everybody does, we do need the services to provide it. Without those services, we won't have a safe city and we won't be ready for the climate crisis as it continues to hammer us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll take it into committee. I will be speaking first, and then we will go down the line with everyone. Mr. Clerk, if you can maybe put up my motions. So I have a number of them I'd like to read out. Number one, that I propose a budget to City Council based on a property tax rate increase of 5.5%. That the capital budget and plan to City Council based on a 10-year extension of the city building levy. 3, that we continue to work with the city officials to find opportunities for further offsets and savings, and that such savings be reallocated as increases to budgets for city priorities, including community safety, well-being, housing, public realm, natural infrastructure, community grants, and investments in neighbourhood improvements in the Mayor's proposed budget. I propose a budget for the Toronto Police Services that is consistent with the budget approved by the Toronto Police Services, with the exception of the portion that the Mayor has declared an interest. Continue to work with the Toronto Transit Commission officials to look for opportunities to improve safety and service and to include any additional proposals that improve safety and service on the Toronto Transit Commission in the Mayor's budget to City Council. I want to propose a budget for housing-related programs totaling $615.8 million in net operating budget, excluding COVID costs for the Housing Secretariat, Shelter Support and Housing Administration, and Toronto Community Housing Corporation, Toronto Senior Corporation, consistent with the budget tabled by city officials, with the exception of the portion that the Mayor has, or the Toronto Community Housing Corporation, which he has declared interest. And continue to advocate in all other levels of the government with the following issues. I won't read them all, I'll just put them there before you. Advocate to both the provincial and federal governments for the new fiscal framework for the City of Toronto, including new revenue tools, funding commitments for the services which other levels of government have downloaded onto the city, and request city officials to continue to explore revenue tools which are currently permitted under the City of Toronto Act and which do not require cooperation to administer, including but not limited to the commercial levy. Motion 2, the next group, I'm just going to leave to you. These have to do with the Mayor's interests in the city budget. And number 3, and this is all about releasing public or confidential attachments. Again, I won't read all of them, but it's with regard to City Manager, Toronto Public Health, and the Medical Officer of Health. First of all, I want to thank everybody who has assisted in putting this budget together. City staff, of course, and the work they've been doing almost year-round since we started the budget last time. I want to thank all of the public deputants. I think we had over 230 public deputants come out. It's most I've seen in quite a few number of years, so I want to thank them that. And the work that everyone collectively, I think this budget committee, visiting councillors, city staff have done, it's an important part of the process. These recommendations, and they're important recommendations, and I take them seriously that everyone has done, will be going to the Mayor. The system, the process has changed somewhat, but the work we have been doing has not changed. We are looking at it. We are, as a group, collectively looking at this budget very seriously, making recommendations that will be going to the Mayor, who will be taking these recommendations also very seriously, and looking at how he brings recommendations on February 1st, and of course this will go off to Council. I've been doing this for 9 years as the budget chief, and I've said this before, this has been the most challenging budget that I've been involved in, and we know the factors, of course. We're coming out of COVID, we're looking at inflation, we're looking at the challenges we have in just the economy, and the work that our city staff, and I think the committee have done, has been exceptional under those difficult situations, to be able to keep property taxes below the rate of inflation, to be able to invest in frontline services, investing in transit, investing in housing, and community safety. Has been exemplary. And yes, there have been challenges. Can we do it, and have we been able to achieve everything we want? No, we haven't. But we'll continue to work incredibly hard on the challenges that we've been doing. So I just want to thank everybody for coming out. doing the work that we needed to do as a budget committee. And again, these recommendations will be going to the mayor after this, and we'll be having the full debate at council on February 14th, so thank you. I think we had Councillor Bravo I saw as next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wholeheartedly agree that, first of all, I'll move my motions. And then I'll agree with you on something, Mr. Chair. So I have two motions, one that you've already heard about from Councillor Perks around adjustments to the Mura program. And the second motion is the substance of what I'll be speaking to. So I wholeheartedly agree that the City of Toronto needs support from the federal and provincial governments. We're dealing with the policy and funding decisions that are made there, and we are feeling it on the streets of the City of Toronto. At the same time, I think that we have to recognize that so many years, year after year, of property tax increases that didn't actually meet the cost of inflation meant that we weren't able to make things, fix things, and provide services that people need, and the bills come due. Through you, Mr. Chair, the advice I would give to the mayor is that the 2023 City of Toronto operating and capital budget just doesn't strike the right balance. I sat through about 150 deputations, give or take, and what we heard, I think, consistently was that people feel that they're paying more for less, and you think about the TTC service as a start, and they told us that less service equals less safety. We don't have the details of what those cuts are today, even though we're here to make these recommendations. What routes will be affected? What service hours will be affected? Will people be waiting longer at night? That's a safety concern. And when we think about transit service cuts, so foundational to climate action is providing transit. We're not meeting our climate goals. We're behind and we're running out of time. So I think that we need to be clear about that with the people of Toronto. Homelessness is a major crisis. It's growing. We heard from experts. We heard from chiefs of emergency departments. We've heard at ECDC, at Board of Health, that this is something that's putting unprecedented pressure in the City of Toronto in every aspect of life. This budget doesn't include the 24/7 respite or indoor drop-in that is needed to provide people a place to be in inclement weather. So what's happening? They're turning to transit. They're turning to libraries, to 24/7 restaurants. In fact, they're being sent there by workers who tend to the needs of the homeless and even by emergency departments. We know that the cost of policing homelessness in Toronto is $100 million a year. And what about youth crime? Experts told us that coming out of the pandemic, we would see that youth are struggling. I don't see the kind of energy and investment to deal with the youth in crisis in this budget. The pandemic has hurt them. The economic pressures that families face, the threat of homelessness, the low wages, the lack of services, maybe the fact that the pools weren't open last summer because we didn't fund that service properly. These things are putting pressure, and the Toronto Youth Cabinet, among others, told us that what they need for youth to feel more engaged and to turn away from violence is community services. We need violence prevention, and it's done expertly here in the City of Toronto through our community partnerships. But CPIP doesn't receive even the cost of living increase that inflation requires. We are asking and continue to ask police to do work that we've been told successively by the Auditor General and others isn't needed of them, and that alternatives exist. In fact, this public service is proving that the alternatives work very, very well. The problem is that even though most councillors here want to see an expansion in the breadth and depth and scope of these alternative crisis responses, which the Toronto Police Service has told us save police hours and could help us to clear the 911 backlog and delays in attending by officers when there really is an emergency where they're needed. Well, we don't have the funding in this budget to ensure that the expansion starts when we get the evidence in October. We know that in 2020, this council committed to attending to root causes of violence, that we would commit to confront anti-Black racism as a public health crisis, that to reconciliation, And what was committed to was that it would be the first budgetary priority of the city. It's not reflected in the kind of increase that the police is going to receive. We need to make fiscally prudent choices, and we need to make the choices that are going to make people truly safe and be able to thrive and live well in the City of Toronto. And I hope that the mayor takes my recommendations to heart. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to start, first of all, Mr. Chair, by thanking you for the work you've done, and you've done this for 9 years. And I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank also city staff who've helped shape this year's budget. I also want to thank the outside councillors who have spent a lot of time in this room to also help shape this budget. And of course, can't forget about the residents, business owners, and everyone who across the city who came out to have their voices heard. So the way I see it is that the overall in this budget, we've invested in social and health services, continuing to advance transit, housing investments, while prioritizing frontline emergency services. We've increased investments on social and health services to the tune of $247 million, including childcare, youth development, employment services, and a further $255 million on health services, including family health and policy initiatives, both of which are important to my community and Torontonians at large. We're also investing an additional $53 million in transit. We're supporting Toronto community housing to the tune of just over $300 million to ensure that they keep up their commitment to providing clean, safe, well-maintained, and affordable housing to Torontonians. So as the mayor's designate for seniors, I also want to emphasize the seniors-related investments in this particular budget. $17.2 million that goes to long-term care homes that will go directly into adding nearly 400 nursing positions across all of the 10 city-owned long-term care homes. TTC fare freeze for seniors, which will allow them to continue using transit and to move around the city, staying active, healthy, and connected. I've been working also very closely with the mayor's office and staff because I need to see that more is going to be done to ensure our seniors are taken care of and safe. So it's no secret to anyone that crime in our city is on the rise. We hear news stories in the media that just breaks my heart every time I turn on that TV and listen to what's going on, where the crime daily is going up, where it's more brazen, and has made many residents across this city feel unsafe walking in their own neighborhoods and taking transit. We're feeling the impact of post-COVID and the reduction of more than 600 officers in a growing city. Robbery up 32%, theft up 34%, auto theft 41%, response to priority 1 calls back in 2010, 13 minutes. Today, in 2022, an average of 21 minutes. 31% increase in shooting incidents from 2015 to 22 have gone up, and all crime indicators essentially are up. So when it comes to safety in our city, we cannot put a price on human life. This is why we're investing in Toronto Police, hiring 200 new officers with more officers assigned to neighborhood community policing duties, an additional 90 special constables, 20 additional 911 operators that will help reduce the response time, and also the TTC will hire 50 additional constables plus 10 outreach workers from streets to home to help our most vulnerable. It's clear that we must continue to invest in safety measures to take back our streets. Every time we take an officer out of a community, out of schools, or restrict their ability to engage with the public, it becomes more difficult to re-enter and rebuild the relationships created in these communities. Our job is to ensure dollars are being spent appropriately, making sure our communities are safe and that our most vulnerable are cared for. That means our children, our seniors, and our marginalized are safe. It is important that our budget that we have the privilege to deliberate and analyze is viewed through the lens that is compassionate, appropriate, and forward-thinking. As a city senior advocate, I would like to see more achieved for our aging population. I feel confident that this budget puts our best foot forward in many aspects. There is more work to be done, and I will continue to work with Mayor Tory and my colleagues on this council to advance services for seniors and promote safe initiatives citywide. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Anyone else? Okay.
4 minutes, 20.
We have Yeah, I think that's it for speakers. So we're ready. Oh, Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, sorry, I thought there were going to be more people speaking. Okay, I'm going to be brief, as I always am. I want to thank the chair and the budget committee. And as it was mentioned, we had a number of deputations, and, you know, they're very well organized, these deputants. And, you know, I think what's important, and it was mentioned for the questions that we asked, and I'm hoping that the province would do that audit, and so we can find out exactly, you know, the funding that we will be receiving from the province. So hopefully that's done soon, because I think that's very important. Unfortunately, you know, if we want to provide for years going through the budget, everything that we want, we're looking at a 10-15% tax increase. And there's no way our residents can afford that. And that's why we, every year, we try to not cut the services and try to balance the budget, depending on provincial funding as well, and federal funding. So it's difficult, and this budget in particular is difficult this year because we, you know, first of all, we just went through an election, and then there's all, you know, new councillors. It's hard to absorb this whole process, and I understand, you know, it's very difficult for some of the new councillors, you know, to have to go through this budget process shortly after the election. But I do support the budget, and in particular, I do support the police budget. And the reason I say that is that right now the priority in the city is the violent crime that's happening, not just downtown, but everywhere in the community. We have shootings, we have people don't feel safe, getting on TTC, they don't feel safe walking the streets. Part of the police budget as well is hiring more neighborhood officers, which is very effective and very positive, especially the downtown, for downtown, because most of that funding will be for downtown. And we heard from the BIAs during the budget meeting is how they support the neighborhood officers. The businesses feel a lot safer. They don't have the vandalism because there's a lot of that happening to some of the retail stores that we have downtown and even in the suburbs as well. So I think it's important that we approve the budget, and you know, it's difficult, and but I would like to, you know, add more services into the budget, but unfortunately, there are people out there that can't afford to pay their property tax, can't afford to pay any of their bills, and we can't do that to our residents, and especially the seniors in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, I'll speak more at council, but I just wanted to briefly thank you for your leadership as chair of the Budget Committee, and thank all the members, and also thank the members of the public who actually came out to speak and to provide their input into the budgetary process. But most of all, though, I want to thank the staff, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Conforti, and the team. This is tremendous work that's done by you know, the staff and the leadership that's provided to provide us with this information, to allow us to make the decision, to allow the public to provide their input into the budgetary process. In all my years here, I've never seen a perfect budget. I've never seen a budget that anyone's been happy with. I've never seen a budget where someone will say, you know, I got all that we wanted, or someone will say, you know, the tax increases are sufficient. Others will say we need to add more to it, and so on. We're left with this sort of competing aspects of different needs for different people in the city and the types of services that people want. Clearly, I'd like to see more. Clearly, this is a city that continues to deliver to the province's GDP, the national GDP, where 40% of the province's GDP, 25% of the country's GDP yet we are struggling every year to have a budget that provides the needed services and the things that are needed, whether or not it's mental health, better transit, housing, safety. But we do our best. This one's a little bit different. It's certainly the time process has been sort of accelerated as a result of elections, the change. This is the first time the mayor gets to submit a budget in consultation with the staff. One of the things that I'd like to suggest moving forward is that in next year's budgetary process, there should be an opportunity to engage the public before we actually put the budget in place for as a submission through the mayor's process, so the public will have input in advance, not when we establish and put it in place and then having the input by the public. That's something that we heard from people. But I'll also say that there are many people who came in and were critical of certain elements of the budget, but were unclear as to the details surrounding the information in the budget. So, for example, there was a call about, too much funding for the police, and when we talk about what the police budget can entail, 24 million of that budget essentially is the increase in terms of the contractual agreement to pay the contracts for the police. The other half is left between 200 police officers or 136 additional civilian policing FTEs that are needed. It's a struggle for us annually, and we continue to have the sort of conversation in-year budget where we talk about, parking tax levy, where we talk about other types of tools. We ought not to talk about it during the period when we know we can't implement them, because at the end of the day, it's just talk, because it has no bearing or impact. We need to establish that framework where we can actually put in place measures to help us to deliver, to be able to generate revenues as part of the revenues that's needed. Because we know, and as Councillor Nunziata and others have pointed out, a lot of my residents, they work 2 or 3 jobs just to actually make ends meet. Not simply that it's luxury, but it's just to make ends meet. And it's a difficult situation for them. They hardly get a chance to actually sleep. They actually have to work to make ends meet. And we see that time and time again. So every increase that we put in place with respect to the taxes, it has an impact with my residents, and I know with all of our residents and so on. And yes, we're not there where we can say, put a 9 or 10% tax increase. I would never support that, quite frankly, because I know the pressure and the impact that it actually has. But I do think that we have to review our relationship both with the federal government and the provincial government in terms of the tools that we actually have at our disposal to be able to raise revenue and so on, whether or not it's demand management and other types of tools that we put in place to help us raise revenues. There are things that we can do, but we don't have the authority to actually put those things into place because we're not given that policy directive and that legislative right to be able to put those in place. But yet, there's a great demand of drawing from the City of Toronto because we're that, that city that lays the golden egg that everybody benefits from, except us, per se, Mr. Chair. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moyes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I'd like to thank you and the Budget Committee as well, and to the 150 deputants who came out during the budget process. It was not an easy budget process at all. Yes, we just came through an election, and yes, I had the opportunity to go through my ward and speak to businesses and residents and everyone else in and around my ward. And of course, yes, there's been a lot of crime in my ward. I mean, there's a lot of break-ins, there's been assaults. People are afraid to walk on the streets of downtown Toronto for various reasons. And I know the knee-jerk reaction is to get more policing, right? Or be it on the TTC or on the streets of Toronto. But we all know that the real issue here is the people who suffer from mental health on our streets and the lack of resources and supports for them. And, what we're doing right now, I feel, is a knee-jerk Band-Aid solution. And I guarantee you, next year, at this point, we'll be back here talking about the same things. And I do agree, in part to many things that were said already, in that, mental health is a provincial responsibility. And, the province should really step up and do their part. I don't disagree with that at all. But that being said, with the absence of other levels of government coming to our aid, we have to step up and do what's right for our communities and for our city. Because if we continue down this path, the same things will continue. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And so, in my mind, what we continue to do is somewhat insane. Perhaps it's the pessimist in me right now. But again, I think it's unfair for us as a city to carry the full burden. And as Councillor Thompson mentioned, 25% of federal GDP comes from Toronto. 40% of the Ontario taxes comes from Toronto. So a lot more is taken out than is put in, and it's really not fair. And I've said time and time again that if this city is not successful, the entire country, it falters as well. So we have to make sure Toronto is okay. What else do I want to say?
Not sure. What do you want to say?
Not sure.
Whatever's on your mind.
I'm speaking off the cuff right now. But I just hope that, we look at some of the revenue tools that have been talked about. For me, I've been talking about the commercial parking levy. I know that takes time to implement. But I do hope, we as a council look at that long term and, use that as a tool that perhaps can be used so that we can be sustainable over time. Even perhaps the vehicle registration tax, the 1% tax we talked about. There's so many things that we can do to help ourselves in the long term. So I hope that, beyond this budget, even though we're in the midst of it right now, I hope we actually take a deep dive and really change the channel in the way we approach the well-being of the city. So I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I think everyone's had an opportunity to speak. We will start with the voting. Well, I'm going to take, I want to move my motion and just have it recorded if we could, and then the rest are as a package if possible. Okay. On my motion?
Yeah. No, sorry. I don't vote on your motion, sorry.
Just give me 1 sec. Okay, we'll start with motion 1 of mine, I believe. Yes. So this is a recorded vote. I was going to do it as a package. It's up to, it's probably quicker if we can. So we're doing the first vote, which is motion 1 by myself, as a package. Yeah, just motion 1. All in favor? Councillor Thompson. Councillor Moyes, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Crisanti. Opposed? Councillor Bravo. Okay, so there's number 1. Number 2. Again, this is just with the mayor's conflict of interest stuff that's more technical in nature. All in favor? Oh, so we have to put it, sorry, we do have to put it up on the screen. Okay, so that's up on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Last one is confidential attachments. Let's get it up on screen. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Yes, Councillor Bravo's next, and then as amended. If we can have that up on the screen. All in favor? Oh, sorry, this is, okay, Councillor Bravo and for Councillor Parks, all in favor? Opposed, that's carried. Here's the second one. 2B, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I guess we adopt the item as amended? Okay. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very, very much, everyone. We're done.